Okay. So, hello, good morning. We reached the third day of the conference. Okay, I like this guy, my echo. And in this first session of the third day of UNU-EGOV 2021, we'll have the chance to discuss about digital strategies, national digital strategies, and we will focus on two countries, Nigeria and Greece. The first part of this session is devoted to a keynote speech by His Excellency Kasifa Inua Abdullahi, which is the Director General and Chief Executive Officer of the National Information Technology Development Agency in Nigeria. And from his position as the Director General, Mr. Abdullahi has been leading an explosive growth in the development of IT infrastructure and the Nigerian digital economy. As the National Chief Information Technology Officer, his unique and enviable personality has positioned him to be a role model for Nigerian youths who consider him a worthy young ambassador of governance. Mr. Abdullahi has also been expert in several issues like systems of Cisco. He has been working in the public sector. He was maybe the first Cisco certified international expert in Nigeria's public sector and has more than 17 years of professional IT and management experience. He started his career at Galaxy Backbone Ltd, where he served as a network engineer and then senior network and lead solution architect. At 2014, he joined the Central Bank of Nigeria as a technology architect, where he was part of the team that developed the bank's technology architecture repository and also executed software license rationalization that has increased cost savings for the bank in licensing annual subscription. Among others, he joined the National Information Technology Development Agency in Nigeria in 2017 as the technical assistant to Dr. Isa Ali Ibrahim, and the then General Director, and now the Honorable Minister of Communication and Digital Economy of Nigeria. The one that initially was supposed to be here with us, but unfortunately, due to some travel restrictions, he could not make it. So, I don't want to take any more time. Mr. Abdullahi, we're looking forward to your address.
Thank you.
Okay. Great.
Okay, thank you very much for having me. I'm super excited to be here with you this morning. Even though I'm representing my minister, the Honorable Minister of Communications and Digital Economy, His Excellency Professor Isa Ali Ibrahim Pantami, a professor of cybersecurity. He wanted to be here with you in person, but due to traveling restriction, he couldn't make it. But even early this morning, he spoke with me about this keynote. So I'm here to present on behalf of him because he's the one in charge of the Nigerian digital economy and digital transformation in general. So the presentation is going to center around our journey so far into digital Nigeria. And the outline is we are going to talk about digital economy, Nigeria context, national digital economy policy and strategy, implementation focus, notable strategic outcomes, and conclusion. The digital economy Nigeria context. Firstly, we are going to look at convergence of all sets of digital innovation. What do you mean by digital innovation? Digital innovation means how can we use technology, especially digital technology, as a source of inspiration to change the way we do things in Nigeria. Then how can we utilize digital information and knowledge for economic benefit? Because the technology is just a means to an end. The end is how can you use technology to improve your economic well-being? How can you use technology to enhance the way you do things? Then the third one is about economy driven by the fourth industrial revolution. In Africa, we lost out during the first, second, and third industrial revolution. But now we are at the age of the fourth industrial revolution, and we see no reason why Africa should be left out in this fourth industrial revolution. If we said the previous one was because of lack of infrastructure or fund, that's why we lost out. In the fourth industrial revolution, you don't need either. You don't need an infrastructure or funding to do that. You can easily leapfrog. I will never forget in early 2000 when telecommunication came into Africa, we learned that there were more landlines in Manhattan than in the whole Africa. But within 10 years, there were more mobile phones in Africa than in the whole American continent. So that's the power of the fourth industrial revolution or the emerging technologies. You can easily leapfrog, and it doesn't respect the conventional wisdom. Then the fourth one is about the outputs from the digital inputs. What are the outcomes of our initiatives so far, our journey so far? And lastly, but not the least, economic output created from digital technologies in Nigeria. The value proposition, why are we doing all this? In 2016, there was a research by Huawei and Oxford Economics that valued digital economy at 11.5 trillion US dollars and projected that as at that time, more than or about 16% of the global GDP was digitized. And also, World Economic Forum predicted that by next year, 2022, about 60% of global GDP will be digitized. And it also projected that 70% of new value and jobs will be created in the next decade from the digital economy. And this, maybe I can say, maybe even more than that, or as of now, almost 70%. Because if you look at Africa, the telecommunications sector is the largest growing sector in Africa, and it created more than 300 million jobs. And it is adding more than 20 billion US dollars to the African economy annually. When it started, when Mo Ibrahim wanted to invest in telecommunication in Africa, people were laughing at him. Who will buy cell phone in Africa? Because at that time, they see Africa as a poorest continent. And also, in Africa, most people, they can't afford 3 square meal, talk less of buying cell phone, which they see as a fancy toy for rich people. But Mo Ibrahim, he saw it from a different perspective because Africa is huge. the population is very big and there are remote areas. People like me living in the urban cities, if we want to see our parents, we have to travel for days and spend money. So why not, if there is a mobile phone, if there is a cell tower close to my parents, it will be cheaper for me to take my mobile phone and call my parents. And when he started, no bank was ready to give him money or venture capitals. He had to raise equity from family and friends to go and invest. And there were no infrastructure in the most places. He has to create the access road, no power. He has to use solar energy or he has to use a generator. But by the time he started, in less than 6 years, he was able to reach up to 13 countries. And when he decided to sell his business, he sold it and collected a handsome of 4.3 billion US dollars. And today, telecommunications is almost everywhere in Africa. And it created a lot of opportunities. And that's what we call market creating innovation. When the telecommunication came, it created business for retail people. People started selling recharge card. People started using the telecommunication for fintech, for internet banking, and other things. Today we are looking at telemedicine and so many things we can do with telecommunications. So the job the digital technology is creating is huge. Then McKinsey also predicted that by 2025, digital economy will add more than 300 billion US dollars to the African economy. And also it's going to change a lot of the economic and social outcomes of Africa. Because today we don't need to go to bank. We can bank from the comfort of our home or office using our mobile devices. And today in Nigeria, we have more robust financial system than most of developed countries. I can say than England or UK and the US. I will never forget when we started doing instant transaction, money transfer from one bank to another in Nigeria. In the UK, it will take you 2 to 3 days to transfer money from one bank to another. Likewise in the US. And also when we started using smart ATM card in Nigeria, the US were using magnetic card. Then also we will use it as a force to encourage innovation and growth in general. What we mean by innovation is bringing new things to the market. It can be from another continent, another country, from one sector to another, or something new to your organization or to your business. So not just bringing that thing new, also you need to be able to commercialize it, because we see innovation as invention and commercialization. It is not just about inventing new things, but you should be able to take it to market. So therefore, we look at it as a process of getting idea from inception to impact. Then also, we look at how can we use it for high quality of goods and cheaper cost. You can use technology to make things to produce high quality at a cheaper cost, because technology is a tool that can help you to enhance your existing processes, your product and services, to make it more efficient and more to reduce the cost as well. Then how do we start it? In 2015, when President Muhammadu Buhari GCFR was elected as the president of Nigeria, the country was in recession. The country plunged into recession as a result of oil price crash. And since early 1970s, Nigeria has been a monolithic economy. We depend on oil and gas. So when President Muhammad Buhari came on board, he started thinking on how can we diversify and how can we, because oil was volatile, it can crash anytime. And if it crashes, Nigerian economy plunged into recession. Then he came up with initiative, economic recovery and growth plan, which has three objectives. Firstly, to recover the economy from recession. Secondly, to create a globally competitive economy. And thirdly, to promote inclusive growth by investing in our own people, means diversifying our economy from resource-based to a knowledge-based economy. And the government identified ICT as a key enabler for this. And in 2019, during the second term of the president, he appointed Professor Isa Ali Ibrahim Pantami as the Minister of the Federal Ministry of Communications. At that time, the ministry was called just Federal Ministry of Communications. Then the minister proposed to the president that the president should rename and expanded the mandate of the ministry to cover digital economy, because communications is just a tool, is just an enabler. We are not just to promote digital technology, but how can we use digital technology to increase or to enhance the way we do things and to impact our economy in general. That's why the president renamed the ministry and expanded its mandate to cover digital economy. And on the 23rd October 2019, the Federal Executive Council approved the new mandate for the ministry. And on the 28th November the same year, 2019, the president unveiled National Digital Economy Policy and Strategy for a Digital Nigeria. And he directed the minister to implement. And the minister has been working the ministry and agencies under the ministry, which my agency, the National Information Technology Development Agency, is one of those government agencies under the ministry. There are 6 agencies under the ministry implementing the policy. Then the policy has 3 strategic pillars. Firstly, developmental regulation. We look at the regulation as a way to unlock opportunities rather than to stifle innovation or to be obstacles to the business. That's why we call it developmental, because normally we see regulation as a restriction to what we do in our business. And also, if you look at it, IT is very dynamic. It changes quickly. And also, it will be difficult for you to innovate within the boundaries of regulation. That's why we call it developmental. We will work with the stakeholders to co-create regulation. We will work with stakeholders to develop use cases before we talk about regulation, because the technology is disrupting the way we do things, bringing new businesses that do not exist before. Like if you look at most of the emerging technologies, they are foundational technologies. They cut across so many industries, and you can develop so many use cases from them. So if you put regulation before understanding the use case, you are doing two things. It's either you are stifling innovation or you are giving room for the innovators, the startups, to hack the law, because what they do basically in the law, always there is a hinterland. There are things you can do and the law cannot do anything for you. So these startups, mostly they will look for that hinterland, or how can they stretch the law to get what they want. So it's either for the regulators to work with them, understand them, understand the kind of business they are creating, co-create it, and put the regulation to protect them as well as to protect the consumers. So we have like example of the Nigerian Data Protection Regulation, which we co-created with the industry, and it helped create jobs and new industry in Nigeria. And we are working on more, like we are working on the blockchain adoption strategy, artificial intelligence, and robotics. All these are technologies that they are going to disrupt the way we do things. They are going to bring new things to the world. So we need to have a regulation that will help you and I to use these technologies safely and to use it to create more values. Then secondly is digital literacy and skills. We give priority to literacy and skills because for you to use the technology, you need to understand it. We need to build trust because people need to trust the technology before they use it. We have instances whereby people are not embracing the technology because they are thinking if they put maybe the information online, someone can hack the information or someone can use it against them. So we need to build that trust. We need to also build capacity so that our people can make a tailor-made solutions within our countries. So we are doing it in two folds. One, to train everyone. We have an ambitious target of achieving 95% digital literacy in Nigeria by 2030. And also, we are building capacity for our startups to build made in Nigeria products and services, because the world we live of the whereby the big one takes it all is not healthy for us. You all know about the debate going on about Facebook and other big giant tech taking everything. Like 2 days ago, Facebook, when it has issued the same Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram, and messengers, all controlled by one company, went down. Most of us were not able to communicate with our loved ones. Some of our businesses were down. So this is a big question we need to ask ourselves. How can we allow this big tech to control our life, and on what terms? How can we break up all this giant tech? Because if you have technology today, the big questions of our time today, or the political question, is not about what can be controlled by the government, what can be left for the business and civil society. No, the big question today is what can be controlled by big tech companies and on what terms, because they can decide even our democracy. They manipulate us. They tell us what to buy, what to see, what to think. If you have any question today, you go to Google. Google knows about you, personalize things for you. If you and I search Google, we'll get a different result because Google knows our preferences. So it gives us response based on that our preferences. So how can we develop local solutions? How can we break up all these big techs? How can we reduce the controls they have over us? Because today, if these big techs want you to win election, you will win. If they want you to lose, you will lose election. So we do a lot on digital literacy and skills. Then the third one, there is a mistake. This should be the first one is solid infrastructure, and we have the soft infrastructure. The third pillar is solid infrastructure. What we mean by solid infrastructure, how can we have the broadband connectivity, the infrastructure in terms of data center, in terms of telecommunications infrastructure, and so on. Because today, when we talk about infrastructure, it's not just about roads and railways and so on. Digital infrastructure is key to any development. So we have policies on the broadbands and other key infrastructures. Then we have the service infrastructure. How can we develop services, platform services, government digital services, and other services that will help us to achieve the digital economy? Because platform services is key in digital economy. That's the marketplace, that is the matchmaking platform. That's where you can transact digitally. Then we have the digital service development and promotion. How can we promote indigenous digital services and develop them locally? That's one is feeding into the digital literacy and skills. After building your skills, how can we encourage you to develop local products and services and sell it as well? Then the soft infrastructure, this is talking about how can we enhance our soft skills, our cybersecurity awareness, and so on within the country. Then we have the digital society and emerging technologies. This one, we use it to strengthen our ecosystem, because our belief is you cannot succeed or you cannot innovate in isolation. We need to work as an ecosystem. We are building ecosystem, because if you look at innovation globally happens in clusters and is not evenly distributed across the world. There are more innovations in the US and China than Europe and other parts of the world. Why? It's because in US, they encourage the ecosystem, and also they are not as conservative as Europe and other parts of the world. They will allow you to innovate, co-create the regulations, and so on. China is smart when Europe and other parts of the world are struggling to stifle innovations in blockchain, cryptocurrency, and so on. China embraced it and started exploring how can it develop use cases with blockchain. That's why today China captures the highest value of blockchain globally. Then the last one, but not the least, is about indigenous content and promotion and adoption. How can we promote made in Nigerian products and services? Why are we so keen about Nigeria? Because we have one of the youngest population in the world. We also have the numbers. More than 74% of Nigerian populations is under 40 years. And we have over 210 million people in Nigeria. And also Nigeria is the gateway to West Africa, and Central Africa. If you have access to Nigerian market, you can easily capture the West African and Central African market. Then the implementation focus. We have the National Digital Innovation and Entrepreneurship Startup Policy. This one is a policy we are working on. How can we encourage the national, sorry, I think this slide is not showing in full. Let me just. Okay, sorry. Firstly is the National Broadband Plan 2020 and to 2025. Our target also, we have ambitious target of achieving 95% broadband penetration by 2025. Then because we look at it to excel in digital economy, you need three things. Firstly, you need the broadband coverage. Secondly, you need digital identity, because broadband coverage is what will give you access to the digital economy. You need a digital identity. You need to be able to identify who is who on the digital economy. And thirdly, you need to have the payment system in place, because it's about transaction. It's about making financial transactions online. That's why we have an ambitious target of reaching 95% by 2025. Then the National Digital Innovation, Entrepreneurship and Startups. This is to encourage innovation, to encourage entrepreneurship and startups within the country. Our target is we need to achieve four things under this policy. We are looking at human capitals, which is also a pillar under the National Digital Economy Policy and Strategy, achieving 95% of digital literacy by 2030. Then building the infrastructure, which we are going to achieve that through the National Broadband Plan by 2025. Then we need to create demand. How can you create demands in digital economy? You do that by achieving the broadband penetration, digital literacy level. If people have these two, they will use the technology. You will have demand. Then the providers will start creating the content. Then under this policy also, we are looking at how can we make it easy for startups to get access to funding. That's why we are creating so many initiatives around how to fund the startups, like the venture capitals, angel investment, and also some government fundings under this policy. Then we have the national policy on virtual engagement in the federal public institutions. Before COVID-19, we hardly use virtual platforms for government engagement. But today, even the highest government decision-making entity, the Federal Executive Council, is using virtual technologies for its weekly meetings to make decisions for the country. Then also we have a national policy for promotion of indigenous content in Nigerian telecommunication sectors. We are looking at how can we promote more content, over the top content creation in the country, because when you have the infrastructure, you need to have the content for people to use it. Then we have the national policy on communication satellite. Yes, satellite is coming with new technology. We all know about the SatLink, which is going to revolutionize the satellite industry, Before we were thinking the technology is going obsolete, but today new technology is coming on board. It will make it easier for you to reach remote areas. Then the digital transformation. How are we with time?
Means there is a problem.
Okay, let me rush. The digital transformation, we are looking at it from two angles. Firstly, digitization, and secondly, digitalization. What do you mean by digitization? Digitization is using digital technology to enhance existing processes, product and services, reduce cost, and so on. While digitalization is how can you use technology as a source of inspiration to come up with new things, to disrupt things, like the way Uber come with new business model, the way Facebook and other these big techs, how can we encourage the Nigerian to do that? We have one of our initiative, we call it NAVSA, National Adopted Village for Smart Agriculture, trying to create a platform for farmers to make agric a fancy business for youths to key into. It can easily connect you to uptakers, to financial services, and so on. It's creating the entire value chain, digital value chain for agriculture. Then the NDPR, which I talked about, the Nigerian Data Protection Regulation, we created an industry worth 5.2 billion naira and created over 3,000 new jobs. Then we have the digital skills and literacy. Within this year, we trained more than 200,000 Nigerians, and we are creating a robust mass open online platform where people can go and learn. Then we have the digital innovation and entrepreneurship. We have so many initiatives like Innovation Challenge, Startup Clinic, Startup Acceleration, Alpha Startup, Surrogate Entrepreneurship, Artisan Entrepreneurship, and Startup Desk. We have two dedicated subsidiaries under the National Information Technology Development Agency, Office for Nigeria Digital Innovation. We call it ONDI. It is to ensure the creation, promotion, growth, and protection of Nigerian digital innovation for the diversification of the Nigerian economy. And also we have the National Center for Artificial Intelligence and Robotics, which is focusing on emerging technologies, foundational technologies, and is serving as a research center to develop a prototypes as well as create proof of concept of emerging technology. We focus on building, transforming, and co-creating all these initiatives. We use it to fight anti-corruption, like through our IT clearance and other initiatives like the single treasury account and personal information system. We use it to enhance our security, cyber security. We have the PKI, public key infrastructure, and we have the emergency centers, and we promote our national identity numbers. We have a target of getting all Nigerians to have the digital ID by 2030. And in conclusion, we are creating a culture of innovation using this policy. We are creating a pool of research and innovative hungry society so that we will use technology as a source of inspiration to do more. And we are creating dynamic energy to unlock the forces of fusion to create more values, with digital sector contributing an unprecedented 17.9% in second quarter of this year. Before 2015, Nigeria was monolithic, relying on oil and gas. Today, digital economy is contributing almost twice what oil is contributing. Agri is the highest, followed by manufacturing, then services, then digital economy. Then our shared experience has made this happen, and we work with partners, we collaborate with people like you, because our belief is we cannot succeed in isolation, and innovation doesn't happen in isolation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Abdullahi. Sorry about the squeeze at the end, but I think it's better that we also interact a little bit with our audience. So, any question? Okay, let's start there in the middle. In the meantime, I did my study on Nigeria. As you were speaking, I learned a lot about.
Thank you.
I refreshed my knowledge.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello, good morning. My name's Judy
Can you please say your name?
My name is Judy Backhouse, and I am a researcher at UNU-EGOV. I'm also a South African, so I'm particularly interested in Nigeria and what goes on there. And I'm very interested in the progression that's been made and these strategies that you have. But the work that I do is on policies, and I'd like to ask you, where can I access all these interesting national policies? Because while you were talking, I was looking for them, not using Google, I used DuckDuckGo, but I couldn't find them online. So I wonder if you could share with us where we can download these policies, because I think they would be very useful for our research. And then a second question is, given what happened 2 days ago with WhatsApp, and I know how much people depend on WhatsApp, are there any plans by your agency to develop a Nigerian alternative to WhatsApp? Because I think we need that, and we need it not owned by a private company, we need it owned by a government agency to provide that level of service in the same way that governments took responsibility for providing communications infrastructure. Any plans in that direction?
Okay, should I?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you very much. On the policies, you can access some of them from the ministry website, Federal Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy. Some you can check the National Information Technology website, and other MDAs, like for the broadband plan, you can get it from NCC, Nigeria Communications Commission website. And also, we can share with you as well. My colleague, Lukman, can get your details and share with you. Then on the second part on, are we encouraging Nigeria to develop alternative to these big or social media platforms? Yes, we are encouraging, but not government developing. Because, you know, the technology, we won't make it free. We don't want a kind of, if it is owned by government, sometimes it can encourage, well, what's the best way to, authoritarian regime can use it against people. But what we are doing, we do a lot of innovation challenge in Nigeria to challenge startups to come up with ideas on how to solve a problem. And we help them, fund them, develop a prototype, and sometimes handhold them to market. That's why we have so many initiatives on startups, and that's why we are building innovation and incubation parks and so on. Yes, we know it's not something we can just get there one time. It will take time, because if you look at the global politics as well, if you start this big tech, we will acquire you also. They don't want someone to encroach into their territory. but we are really encouraging that. And also, I know the debates going on even in the US now. Even before COVID-19, there were debates on break up Facebook. We were at the height of that break when COVID hit, and we forgot about everything. Just recently, the whistleblower started its own narrative. And I know this will bring up this thing because honestly, the way we are moving, if we allow these big techs, they will take control of the world. And sometimes it's not even them also. They are allowing algorithm to do that because most of them, they don't know why things are happening on the platform as well.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
This artificial intelligence is, for the first time in the humanity history, it is in our own time that we have systems doing some creative and decision making like a human being. Before now, it's only humans that have that capacity, but they are doing it and sometimes in a biased way. Like Amazon had an artificial intelligence it used for recruitment. And they found out that artificial intelligence, when it sees any CV from female, it drops it. Why? Because the information it has is most of the staff that perform well within the industry or within the Amazon are men. So it look at that as a criteria. And that means for you to be a good candidate, you must be a male. And when it sees any CV female, it drops that CV. So they have to change it. Because the technology, the algorithm, it used data to make decision, and it use that data. As more data it has, it will use, and it will become biased. And we have cases whereby even the facial recognition algorithm, it is like it easily recognizes white faces than black faces or colored faces. And also in 2016, Microsoft developed a bot on Twitter platform. They call it, is it Tai? T-A-Y. I think Tai, they call it. Is the robot is like 19 years old female. And they have to take it down within 24 hours from the Twitter because it started chatting with racism, with sexual things that they are not normal. So they have to take it down. So we need to look at all this, encourage how can we develop this kind of technology within our community that can understand our community values and culture. Because if you use technology developed in US, it's going to be US biased. Technology developed in Europe is going to be European biased. So in Africa, Nigeria also, we need technology that understand us, that will use our data and make decisions based on our data. So we really encourage that, but we are not looking at government developing its own platform. Thank you.
Yes, I think the gentleman was first. Dear speaker, I would like to have your help. We need to run a little bit.
Okay.
Also in the answers, because it's already almost an hour since we started, and
Yes.
we don't have so much time. We have two more panelists, and we need to start a discussion after some short interventions. But let's have the second question.
Good morning. My name is João Carvalho from UNU-EGOV and University of Minho, Portugal. Okay, you mentioned the disruptive nature of digital technology, so it's suppose new things will appear at some time. So two questions. The first is, okay, in order to assess the progress of the policy, was necessary to implement new measuring mechanisms to address aspects that are not covered by common measuring mechanisms used by states? And the other question is, were detected any non-intended effects, so non-planned, non-foreseen at least, either positive or negative? So in other words, are there any surprises for the policymakers after starting the implementation of the digital policy? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our belief is if you cannot measure it, it doesn't exist. So the policy at the ministry level, we have a policy. Then at the agencies level, we have strategy. Like at NIDA, we have our strategic roadmap and action plan, which have list of initiatives we are going to implement in the next 4 years, and also have a measurable figures. How can we measure it? At the end of the period, we are going to check. We said we are going to do ABC. How can we measure we have achieved A? Is it in terms of quantity, numbers? We are going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, or is it in terms of percentage? Then how can we measure that percentage? We are developing monitoring and evaluation tools. That's we will use. We want the citizens to measure us. Like in NIDA, we have our core values, which are 3. Firstly, people first. We exist to serve our citizens. That means we listen to the citizens, we take feedback from them, and also they need to assess us at the end. Have we met your expectation? If we haven't, how can we change our tactics? So the appraisal is not going to be at the end of the 4 year. We do annual appraisal to assess where we are. What can we change? Yes, we have the strategy, but it's not cast in stone. Our strategies are flexible. If it is not working, we will change it to make sure it works. So this M&E and strategies are the tools we use to make sure we reach our targets. So thank you.
Okay, I'll tell you what. We will proceed with our second panelist, and then we'll take more discussions at the end. So stay where you are. Okay. Nikos, you take a seat next to Kasifu.
Hello.
You can remove your mask now. And this is Nikos Vasilakis. He's a member of a Greek agency, which is a research and development organization attached to the Ministry of Digital Governance. So I think that Nikos and Kasifu share not exactly the same plans, but I'm sure that there are few common issues in the plans of the two countries. Now, the problem, Nikos, now is that we need to, let's do the timing. We are almost 10 minutes after 10. We started 15 minutes after 9. So we will finish, let's say, in half an hour. So let's split this half an hour. I give you 7 minutes, which is like the pitch deck, and I'm sure that you are acquainted with that. And then we have 7 minutes for Michalis. That has 15 minutes. And then we have 15 minutes for discussion. Is that okay with all of you? We take 10 minutes of your coffee break. So now let's do it. 7 minutes with Nikos to give us a glimpse, actually, of what they are doing in GRNet.
Okay. Good morning from my side as well. Thank you, first of all, Yanis and all the organizers for inviting us and have the opportunity to present and discuss the challenges that we are facing. I'm Nikos Vasilakis. I'm head of unit for strategic planning and coordination at GRNet. Let me first briefly present GRNet. GRNet stands for National Infrastructure for Research and Technology. It is a public-owned IT company with over than 20 years expertise and experience and expertise in cloud, in networks and computing infrastructure and services. Besides the first two pillars that are the ones that I already mentioned, the third pillar that has been added during the last 2 years after the foundation of the new ministry is the design and implementation of advanced information systems in the sector of EGOV, so across public administration. And this is the field actually that I will focus on today. So actually, GRNet works, let's say, acts as a technical advisor. It is of the ministry and a key implementer of the digital transformation strategy. And it is the key executive arm of the ministry. So some projects that our directorate is working on, along with the other directors of GRNet, we are working on GovGR that I will talk later on. We are also working on the back office, let's say, of the back end of the citizen centers service and the new UNU-EGOV. We are running the platform and the system for the portfolio management of all the projects that are included in the digital transformation strategy. And among others, we are also participating in research projects with a focus on the next generation of public services, such as across. And we're also in the preparation of European digital innovation on digital public services. So regarding the overall framework that we are working on, the digital transformation strategy, I will not repeat all the more or less well-known principles and strategic goals there. I will mainly focus on the interpretation of these principles that we have done on our daily work. So first of all, it's the well-known once only, but what once only means for us? It means basically two main things. It means reusability, that is interoperability and reusability of data, of systems or methodologies. And the second thing is the citizen-centered approach. In order to implement all these principles into practice, we are working with flexible methodologies. We all have to say that we're agile to some extent. And we're working on a number of the so-called quick wins that are mainly projects oriented to services, oriented to directly to citizens or businesses that have a lifespan of about 6 to 9 months. And apparently through Agile, we're later on working on the next phases. We are tapping into openness. We love actually openness, so we use open standards, open data, and open software. All our work actually is done on open software. And we also tap into the methodologies and tools that are provided by the European Commission through a number of initiatives such as the ISA Square and Connecting Europe Facilities projects. And also in order to get all the stakeholders' perspectives from the initial stage, we are also running a series of service design sessions either at a larger stage, where they focus also on the creation of a network of stakeholders we can work on this long journey, but also on particular projects that we're working on. So just to name a few quick wins so that it's more understandable for you. We're working mainly on two, let's say, categories of them. So the ones that they're direct services to citizens, such as school registration, temporary driving license, and a number of others, and also the digital academy. But we are also focusing on the reusable building blocks that we can offer to the public administration for reuse and general use, such as the Citizens Vault. We had defined the national EID scheme with 3 levels of security. That is, on the first one we have the most popular by then, TaxNet, and we opened it widely to the whole public administration. Second level with one-time password, and the second level with combination with e-banking credentials for a particular number of services that are regarding more critical. We are also developing a dynamic application form that is helping us to move really fast, especially at times of crisis, to have at least some services in 1 or 2 days windows for that they have to do with an application and the response by the digital administration, so level 2, let's say, EGOV services. And also the EU digital certificate that was presented in Athens in the beginning of June by the President of the European Council. So at the cornerstone of all our work is GovGR. GovGR is the new government portal of the Greek public administration. The main goal here is to move from the mosaic of old systems, of legacy systems, and to transform it, at least the front office, let's say, to a friendlier and more citizen-centered portal. So we began within the first lockdown. We accelerated its launch by 3 months, and we began with about 500 services. We're offering now more than 1,200 services. And the main goal is that a citizen must find the service that he wants in at the most 3 steps. So we have building a taxonomy, a catalog of services around about 100 live events. So I have included a number of figures on the presentation. I will not talk about all of them. They are about for the last year. So I will only mention that the digital transactions in the country in 2018 was about 8.8 millions, and in the following year we went to 34 millions. In 2020, 150, and we're expecting more than 300 digital transactions within this year.
Nikos, I think with this slide.
Just to have another one.
Okay, you bought just another one.
So, of course, GovGR itself also follows an agile methodology, a flexible methodology. So we began with the beta. We're somewhere now between beta and platform, but it's only the beginning of this journey. We are now focusing on building reusable building blocks that can be used across the public administration and by not only by us but also by other companies. And the overall goal is how we can move to a general, let's say, GovGR ecosystem. And yeah, I think
Okay.
we can skip that. And
Yeah, I urge you to compare. I did the comparison, a very brief one. The Greek portal is called www.gov.gr. The Nigerian one is called www.1gov.ng. So you see two interpretations of a similar idea, and you will see differences offshore, of course. Now, we finished the presentations with a short presentation by the private sector. You see, in Nikos' last slides, it said about an ecosystem. So it's not anymore only the work of the government, but it's also the work of the private sector that needs to go together. And we brought a representative of the private sector to talk to us about a new initiative that happened in Greece that might be of use also in other countries. You know what? Stay here.
You can use the
Take this, and I will do the magics here. Okay, by the way, that is the NITDA website. That's most of what Kashifu said is there. GRNet, GovHack. Okay. And oh yes, great.
And we are ready. Okay, thank you. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
It's
thank
a startup.
you. Yes.
So you have startup time.
Okay.
7 minutes.
Thank you. So, thank you for the invitation, and I'm very happy here today. It's a physical event after a long time period. So, we will speak for GovHack, and what's GovHack is the first innovation center for digital transformation in public administration. It is which seeks to create a single innovation entrepreneurship network to strengthen and promote know-how and new good practices in digital governance in order to modernize public administration and local government. So, the main purpose of GovHack is to support its member companies and academic partners with digital transformation in public administration. We call it GovTech, with the main goal of providing the appropriate resources that will enable them to meet the challenges and opportunities in the industry at national and international level. Some of the actions we are going to organize is events and workshops for the development of GovTech in Greece, and training activities for public and private sector executives, innovation competitions and innovation labs in order to promote new ideas and test them and make pilots and POCs in order to find their path in the industry, to support research product development in several areas like middleware platforms or applications and other systems for public sector. And of course, it's an opportunity for internships and training for graduates and young professionals in the innovation ecosystem and the development of digital governance solutions. We have a collaboration with the University of Aegean. So this is also some of the scope of the GovHack. The objectives of GovHack and the actions is to the modernization and development of enterprises in the sector, the digital transformation and improvement of the technological competencies in public administration organization, to strengthen the domestic production of know-how and technology in the field of digital transformation, to bring technological advance and with skills of management and of new IT technologies, and to fill the gap for new companies, for startups to participate in digital transformation activities and public tenders, because I think, everywhere in the world, this is also an issue here in Greece. I think the GovTech is a well-known terminology for this audience. So, very brief, the COVID situation for sure accelerated all the investments and the focus of government in order to accelerate the digital transformation in public sector. Of course, that happened also and for the private sector. And I think it is a very well-known sketch that which says who helped with the acceleration of your digital transformation, and says CEO, CIO, or COVID. And we tick off for sure COVID. So many investments have been made, and this focusing of governments as well in this scope creates a very good landscape also for private sector to produce new solutions and applications. Some pylons of technology, we will speak for artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, IoT, data processing and big data, and open data for sure. In previous years, we used to call open data the petrol of the economy. Now we say the oxygen of the economy, because we're in the ESG.
Don't say things about energy today.
Okay.
Don't speak about
we are
natural
the
gas.
Oxygen.
Don't speak about electricity. Forget about energy.
Okay.
Do another analogy.
Blockchain, open data, and
for
sure sensors. And some services, educational and training actions, internal and external innovation for organizations, pilot implementations, develop a GovTech ecosystem in Greece and networking, and support in developing projects and funding. So this is how we see all this operation, the needs of institutions, workshops, executive skills, and we focus on central government, for sure local authorities, and we pass the needs in GovHack, and we provide solutions, and we build new services, good practices for local government and marketplace, and for strong communities. So, some estimated results: increase in employment around GovTech and IT, enhancing competitiveness of all these private sector but and public sector entities, to represent the industry and support this kind of activities, to develop new solutions, and to boost innovation and through this ecosystem. These are the partners and the supporters: several companies, academic institutions, the KEDE, which is the Association of Greek Municipalities, the EGOV, and some other companies from abroad, from California. So
great.
This is for GovHack. I think I'm on time.
Almost.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michalis. Thank you, Nikos. Now, dear audience, I give you an example of a question that can be asked to all three of them. And then I wait a similar question by you. Now, I spent some time, dear Kasifu, dear Nikos, dear Michalis, we have here representatives of two similar government agencies in two countries. Okay, Nigeria is a very big country concerning population. Greece is a small country in European Union. Now, my question is about corruption. I spent some time in Transparency International website as you were speaking. Now, I cannot show, but anyway, I can read. Greece ranks 59 in the world. The first is the best in Transparency International. This is the ranking of corruption for countries in one of the metrics, but it's probably the most well-known metric. 59 in 180 countries. And still, with this rank, is among the lowest in European Union. Nigeria are you prepared for that? Ranks 149 in 180, which is quite low. So my question is the following. Assume I am one of your constituency. Maybe I voted for your president, or I voted for your minister or your prime minister. And the question is the following. How can we really give me one, each one of you, one possible solution which is based on ICT and can really help in this dimension? Speaking to me and to the audience as being one of your fellow citizens. Maybe we start with Kasifu.
Okay, thank you very much. Technology helps to improve transparency. It helps to break the intermediary, because mostly corruption happens when person to person interact. But with technology, it will eliminate that. And also, technology is something that is programmed and it works based on the coding. For example, we are talking about autonomous vehicle. If you are driving an autonomous vehicle and you have an emergency to stop on a double yellow line, it will never stop because it is programmed not to stop there. But if it is a human being, he can stop and corruption can happen. So at Nigeria, we have, let me just talk about two initiatives. Before this government took over, Nigerian government has many accounts. It doesn't even know how many accounts government agencies had then. But when the government came on board, the president said we should have a single treasury account, which helped the government consolidate all these accounts into one government revenue account. So every revenue, all revenues go into that account. That helped, technology helped the government to achieve this. Without technology, it will not be possible for all government revenue to be collected into a single account. And the government blocked so many leakages and saved a lot of money. And also there is another initiative called IPPIS, Integrated Personal Payment System. Before, we had a lot of ghost workers in the Nigerian public service. People will put names that don't exist and collect salary at the end of the month. But government said before you collect salary, you must be on that system. And the system takes biometrics information. There is no way you can introduce someone who does not exist into that payment. So the government was able to save more than 24 billion naira on monthly salary. So this is a huge amount, and the government leveraged on technology to achieve this. Yes, it's a learning curve. Nigerian democracy is still young. 100 years ago, America was not as good as Nigeria today. And America has been in politics for over 200 years because based on the data and information we have, 100 years ago, more than 50% of American citizens spend more than 60% of their monthly income on food. Only less than 10% had access to electricity. And life expectancy was less than 50 years then, while in Nigeria, our life expectancy today is more than 70 years. And many Nigerians can afford to have 3 square meals. So it's a journey, we will be there. So.
Okay, good. Johnny, I will come there. You know, Nigeria and Greece have a very strange bond, huh? You know,
Yeah.
the Leventis bond. Huh? You know, there was a famous Greek guy that became one of the main donors and beneficiaries, also a businessman in Nigeria quite some time ago, Mr. Leventis.
Leventis.
Yes.
Okay, I know the name.
Yeah. Okay, so we saw the two activities, the two actions, the two possible solutions, making one central account and registering all the public servants. What about Greece? Nikos.
First of all, let me declare that I will not cover the political part.
No. We're not politicians.
So, okay, at first in principle, digital governance is one of its main goals, right? So, establishing digital transactions that, in that way, we lower the number of physical transactions where the main part of corruption is taking place. So, in principle, by focusing on there, side effects is that one. So I will not actually mention no transparency program and e-prescription that are 10 years old, but they are two more pillars that across the years are key parts that has eliminating corruption. I will actually take advantage of the question and just mention the one slide that I couldn't show earlier. So, among others, we are also building a registry of procedures that will become soon available to all public servants and citizens. So, all the public administration procedures, either they are external or internal ones, they are revealed step by step with every steps that is taking place, what documents are needed, what is the cost. So there are going to be no, let's say, different interpretations of what is needed, etc. So, because in order to address corruption, you cannot do only a key project that comes as the Holy Grail, but you also need a number of smaller steps.
Oh yes.
And going and facilitating even daily life of everyone also helps this transparency that is needed.
In order for our audience to understand fully what Nikos mentioned about e-prescription, there was a huge amount of corruption around the Greek health system by prescribing drugs in a paper. All the doctors were over-prescribing. But of course you can over-prescribe just drugs, which is one part of the cost and one level of the cost, but also you can prescribe operations abroad, you can prescribe the synthetic parts, it was a huge amount of money, you cannot believe it. It's like 5 billion per year in a country like Greece where the GDP is less than 200 billion. Only through oversubscribing. And now with the e-prescription, you cannot have a prescription in paper anymore. You can only prescribe through the system, so the system knows what do you do. And when we see a doctor over-prescribing, we call him and you say, come on, how many patients you have and why are you prescribing so much more than all the rest? Michali, what do you think?
Let me also add just a small part. So on e-prescription, last year we added an add-on, let's say, so it is the intangible prescription.
Yeah, the mobile.
So in that way, every time a prescription is executed by a pharmacist, so the citizens themselves are notified for that. So there are a lot of cases where we see that there were some citizens that said that I didn't get that message. So there goes also another step in that direction.
Yeah, of course, as Kasifu said, this is, very well known in countries like Switzerland. It makes no difference. But for Greece, that for 200 years we have been over-prescribing in paper, it's a big change. Yeah. Michali, give us one of your solutions?
For that example, there was also back then, all these systems were implemented 10 years ago. Back then we were consultants of the Prime Minister's office. And there's a Greek joke, Yannis, for drugs like this. They used to call them kuvanesica. And Cuba, yes, but not from Cuba, but from the bucket that they used to prescribe and throw them to the bucket. So back then, I think that we had the same spending for drugs like Spain, which is 5 times more.
4 times.
4 times, yes, something like that. So back then, a lot of, from the George Papandreou's government, a lot of initiatives and projects around transparency and accountability have been implemented. It was the e-prescription, like mentioned, the Clarity program, the AVIA, where Clarity program is an online platform that every decision that from the Greek state or the municipalities or public bodies, in order to be executed, must be uploaded and have a unique transaction number like the banks. So this is a huge accountability and transparency platform that every citizen in Greece and abroad can see all the spending and all the decisions of the government. And also OpenGov for consultations of the new laws or hiring senior managers and general secretaries of the government, and apography of public servants, the registry, as you mentioned. We had no idea who was paying from the government, and back then it was implementing a platform, to register and have a central channel for paying them.
When we got the assistance by the European Union and the World Bank, they came here and they said, okay, do you know how many public servants you have? And we didn't know the number.
And
there were many answers,
for public bodies.
Yes.
We didn't know as well. We have found back then 13 different registries for 600 public bodies to 70,000 public bodies.
I'm working 20 years with the Greek government, and there was never a correct answer in how many public agencies does the country have. Okay, it ranges from 1,000 to 10,000. Now, the actual number we know today is 1,767, I think, as of yesterday. So this is now registered. And also we know how many public servants we have at the number of 1. But still, we have other things to do. I would like to say about what Michalis said, and Nikos also said, that this program, the AVIA, now, this revolutionized Greece. Greece is ranking very high in open and collaborative governance in the world. We are like among the top 20, only because of this program. This is a system, exists now. It contains, over 10 years, more than 100 terabytes of information, because it holds all the decisions made by the state employees at any level. You can search in there, and you can find that 6 months ago in a police station, they decided to buy petrol, and they had to. You can find my appointment as a professor at the university. You can find his paycheck, not as an employee, but as an external coordinator of the government that had to be paid. And this is a very nice thing. I think you should think about it. We should discuss about it. It's a kind of, it's not science fiction. It's an easy technology. Okay, it has some internal ideas, but it has changed Greece, because nobody now can say that there is a decision somewhere that the people cannot find. If it's not there, it's not valid by law. So everybody rushes to put it online in order to be valid.
And that was the revolutionary, the law thing.
And then if you are a citizen and you want to know, you just click and find what is there. And also you can find how much IBM has got from the government during the last years, because everything is stated in the decisions. And if you have correct metadata to search, then you have a nice job. We have several students working on building frameworks to question this very big system that still exists. It's the only Europe that is at this depth. Okay.
Let me add that there is now an initiative to make it more practical for machine readable. So if
there was one government that tried to limit the power, and there was a revolt of the citizens saying, you should not stop this. You should not limit the power of the system. Let it be there forever.
The AVIA is the holy grail. For
okay, but
transparency,
this is the people's world here, and we have an audience. Now, I don't know. This is democracy. You do whatever you want. Is there any question? You see, people want to go for a break. Thank you very much for being here with us.
It's okay, we can start?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Well, good morning, good afternoon, and it's a pleasure to have you here in this the special session on data-driven governance in the social sector, opportunities and challenges in a changing world. And we know that the data-driven approaches are showing to be very important in different areas. And in this session, we are going to talk about these applications for the social sector, social security, social protection, and health, etc. And for that, we are going to explore different aspects. We are going to explore the techniques and also the applications. And for the exploration of the techniques, we are going to take a look to the techniques related to artificial intelligence, big data, analytics, and also the data governance and data quality implications, and for having an adequate use of these approaches. And in the applications part, we have two very meaningful case experiences. One is from the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Security of China, and you can imagine the size of the developments and the issues that the colleagues from MORS and they have to address. And also we have a presentation on international experiences and a practitioner's point of view. The thing is, the importance of data-driven processes is widely recognized in the social sector. And this is a topic that we have been discussing in our area. And by the way, I'm going to introduce myself. My name is Raul Ruja-Frick. I work in the International Social Security Association. I am the director of the Social Security Development Branch. And these topics of data-driven governance have been recognized as a key and area for social security development. But this also involves to address a number of challenges, technical challenges, organizational challenges, project-related challenges, to fine-tune and to understand what's feasible and how to use the new technologies and emerging technologies like big data, analytics, and data governance, and etc. So in this roundtable, we are going to address these issues, and we are going to address them from a multidisciplinary perspective, and with researchers in computer science and from practitioners and project managers in the social security area. So let me start with going to make a round presentation of our distinguished panel. So our first speaker is Moinul Saber, and he's a senior researcher for the academic fellow of the United Nations University, UNU-EGOV, and he's also data and computational social scientist, and his research focus on the technology and public policy. And Saber is very involved in the application projects of artificial intelligence and data-driven technologies, in particular in China, in a very big project that the UN University is developing with the Chinese social security. Our second speaker in the researchers and the part is Ismael Caballero. He is an associate professor on computer science at the University of Castilla-La Mancha of Spain. He's also one of the co-founders and co-director of a spin-off DQ team, which develops data governance processes and provides guidance to companies and to also public sector organizations on data governance. And Ismael is an expert on governance and data quality. He has also participated in the working groups of ISO for the development of the ISO 8000 standard. So Saber and Ismael are going to start the presentations from a researcher's point of view, and in the application experiences speaker side, and we have Mr. Tsai Jianli, who is the director in general of Information Center of the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Security of the People's Republic of China, and he also is a specialist on computer science. He had his bachelor degree from the University Beijing University of China. And he's in charge of the information technology development and application and in the social security area. He also has a leading role on the project of digitalization of the social security in China, also coordinating and with other organizations and in his country. Can take a look, and last but not least, and Mr. Eswin Utze, he's a senior consultant and with a broad experience in IT strategy, but also in the social sector. And he formerly worked in the Belgium Social Security in the Employment Agency, and afterwards he moved to an independent consultant, but always providing consulting services on IT, but also on digitalization of social security, and notably for us, for the ISA, but also for the International Labour Organization, World Bank, and other organizations. So, it's a pleasure to have this speaker. So let's start with the first presentation about the application of AI and big data and this advanced technologies, data-driven technologies in social security. So, Saber, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Raul. I will try to share my screen now. Yes, it's coming. Can you see my screen?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Good morning, good afternoon. Thank you so much for letting me talk here. Raul, was very generous to, show that I'm a kind of like the authority on this thing. I'm not, but I will try to actually explain the state of the art of AI that assists to governance and some myths and some reality with some cautions. So this is basically a talk where we will be talking about AI in governance, but we will also discuss about what are the problems that still persist, and we need to actually look after that. My name is Moinu Zaber. I'm a senior academic fellow at the United Nations University E-Governance Operating Unit in Guimarães. So let me start from the beginning. AI in fiction actually modeled our thought about AI. Isaac Asimov is a very famous novelist. He basically was thinking about this this scenario when AI will actually consume us and they will take decisions, and it might be the case where robots will take the lead in the world. So he actually invented some ideas about what should be the laws of robotics. He said that any kind of law of robotics will actually keep us from the harm's way of the robots. So from the very beginning, AI and robotic has become kind of like a fear factor for a lot of people. The reason why we actually think about it, from the fear factor scenario, it's because we actually think that AI has this super intelligence. But the reality is, with the state of the art that we actually have, we do not have the super intelligence at all. I mean, we are far from there. In a general way, we can actually say that there is this thing called general AI, where AI actually tries to act like human beings. We are far from that. What we actually are doing now is kind of like a thing called narrow AI, where we are actually trying to mimic human activities. But because we have better computing power, we can actually mimic them faster than the human can. It is not replacing the humans. It's basically, in a way, augmenting the the capacity of the human. So that's basically what AI is right now. So what does the AI do? AI basically is a tool that actually helps a machine to think. Now, what is thinking? Thinking has different perspectives. So it can be said that it's something we are actually thinking something, we are actually acting some way. But there is other part where she said, we should think in this way, we should act in this way. Now, this difference between should and what we are practically doing, actually is a problem that the AI researchers are trying to solve. And these are different models where we basically trying to actually solve these things from the practitioner's perspective. Now, to solve these problems, AI actually needs an interdisciplinary approach. This subject is not about computer science. It's about philosophy, it's about mathematics, economics, neuroscience, cognitive science, linguistics, all together actually coming up to this point where we are actually building AI tools which are human, which can help the humans, right? Augment the capacity of the humans. But the state of the art of AI is not that really great. We are still in a very primitive state because, we need to actually have technologies there. So for instance, like we need to actually have better speech synthesis recognition tool. We need to have better computer vision tool, learning tool, planning and reasoning tool. So these tools are in a very primitive state in the research field. However, the problem is, whatever the things that are coming in the research field, they are going fast track in the implementation area. So the social networks and other media are using them, even if they are not proper in some cases. They have flaws in the systems because they are not properly researched. So just to give you an analogy, the steam can drive engine was invented 100 years before steam engine was basically was a reality. So, but in case of AI, it's just like whatever we are actually doing in the research, it's like it takes like 1 day maximum to actually implement them in the real field. So that's a problem that is creating a lot of situational problems in cases of AI. But in any case, like AI tools are helping us in different places, like for instance, crisis response, economic empowerment, educational challenges, and lots of other places where the governments are involved. So for instance, like in Afghanistan, they did a census. They couldn't do census from a long time, but the AI tool actually helped for folks to actually do a census which was based on satellite data, and that actually helped to understand the state of the art. Well, then there is a great tools like that are made to help understand like how floods are affecting places. So for instance, this is a tool that is not that great, but this is a tool that is more precise and tells you where the flood will be affecting. So these are actually helping us. Then we are doing disease mapping with AI tools with a vast amount of data. This is from Argentina. We are using natural language processing to understand what people are talking in the villages of Kampala, for instance. We are also using like chatbots, like intelligent chatbots that are basically helping the public service solution providers to solve a lot of queries which are probably automatable. We are using these things to also look at the things like wildlife conservation. Now the thing is, these are all good news, but this, if we are not using them properly, then the problem of risk comes in. The risk comes coming from societal perspective, individual perspective, organizational perspective, and the risks happen because of data, of the algorithm that we are using, and of the way we are interacting between humans and machines. Now, a lot of risk news are there. We know about what happens in IBM, what happened with Microsoft, Apple, Amazon. All the big names actually had a lot of failures with making wrong decisions with AI, and and that's why correctness and reliability largely depends on data, because we are taking data from everywhere. And if we are not actually looking at the data from a perspective of surety, we might actually make things very difficult. We also can harm the people. We also can make personal life difficult. So that's why there are privacy laws like GDPR, CCPA in California that are actually trying to solve these problems in a way to guide us how to use data. But the first problem of AI use is bias, and the bias is basically saying that, okay, we all have bias, right? I mean, we have preference, and preference create bias. And the machines also have the bias as well, because AI machines can have bias from sample, the data that we are using. It can be a bias of the measurement. It can be the bias of how we are designing the algorithm. And it could be in a situation where we actually bias it against some groups or class of people. Now, naively saying, like, there are, like, that's a very actually popular tool, a random forest. Now, this is a random forest tool, a machine learning tool that we are using for a lot of cases. But if we are not really sure about using what type of data, I mean, what type of data is usable for this type of algorithm, we can actually have a huge problem, because random forest algorithm in particular favors fields that have large number of categories, right? So for instance, occupation have a lot of categories, like you can be a farmer, a teacher, or lots of things. But it doesn't, it doesn't actually favor the categories such as like country, like small fewer categories, because countries have like 150 countries or something, but the occupations could have thousands. So that way, in a situation where country could be a very important and get better predictor, we might have a wrong answer from using the random forest algorithm. So this is an example of algorithmic bias. Now, why AI bias is hard to fix? It's because there are unknown unknowns. I mean, the introduction of bias is not always obvious, right? It's hard to retrospectively identify where the bias comes from. Imperfect processes, lack of social context, lack of understanding of how we define the fairness in the system. So algorithmic bias actually happens due to human error, and human are error prone, and algorithms written by a error human will be even worse. And that's something that we need to actually ponder about. So we need to actually think about who builds the system, how they are developed, and how they are ultimately used. Now, interaction between human and machine is kind of like a very interesting thing to actually look at, and where basically sometimes we over rely on the system. So in the case of Air France flight that actually plunged in the Atlantic in 2019, the pilots were overly they were confused by the sensors, and they were not really the judgment actually was faulty when they were supposed to override the system, because they thought that the system was doing it perfectly. So this is some kind of a problem where use of AI, actually where to use and how to use it, is a very important thing. And that comes to the human who are taking the decisions. So over reliance is also another problem. So how can we differ that we should not overly rely on it or not? And that one of the things is called explainable AI. So a solution that is given by a lot of people saying that, okay, I mean, much of the system that we actually have, like for instance, deep learning, it's kind of like a black box. We don't know what's going on inside. We know the input, we know the output, but we just don't know how it works. So what happens in between, and maybe that's the case of the bias. So that looking at from that perspective, we say that okay, a lot of organizations came back with this idea that we should have explainable AI. GDPR talks about it. DARPA, since 2016 in US, have made it a research focus. So very important thing. So making AI explainable. So the goal of making AI explainable is to actually make sure that enable interaction between people and AI systems by providing information how decisions and events come about. However, meaningful explanations are often incompatible, intentionally or not. And why is that? Because divergent conceptions of explainability happens because developers, domain experts, users, regulators all have their different perspectives. It's sometimes due to technical expertise, sometimes due to not having the domain-specific norms and decision-making mechanisms. Engineers mostly prioritize on certain things, and for now, in most of the cases, the priorities of the engineers actually gets the top seat over priorities of users, external stakeholders, impacted communities, etc. So in 2018, IEEE published a survey where they wanted to actually see how the engineers look at AI, explainable AI. Mostly it's about controlling the system. So the engineers thought that, okay, we have to actually have a system. Explainable AI means we have better control of the system. Now, from the implementers' perspective, so if we think about DARPA, they really think that, okay, explainable AI means human-machine interaction. But when it comes to governance domain, it's about, the idea is about regulatory standards. So people think that, okay, explainable AI means regulatory standards. So we see like, engineers think about the efficacy and control. Implementers think about the interaction between humans and machine. Governments think about like trust and protect against the bias, etc. Quite divergent ways of actually coming to a same goal. Now, how do we bridge the gap? Now, we actually need to think in a holistic way. So more research and planning has to include various stakeholders' view, diversify the objectives. Evolution of explainability must adhere to context, needs, and norms, choosing models appropriately, so that like, in cases where you might think that, okay, we don't need deep learning model here because, a far user-friendly explainable AI system is there. That might be not the best case, but it can actually help. Well, so actually it bogs down to this thing called trust. We need to actually ensure trust in the model. So how do we build trust and fairness? Many companies argue like that taking precautions, more representative data, they're using in the training system. They are doing regular auditing. They're impacting the impact analysis is on certain groups are being happened, etc. But the problem is algorithms that perform fairly on your old data set may not result in a system that will perform fairly in your new case. So that's the reality. So it's not that easy to actually say that by doing these three things, you can actually implement trust. We need to actually think from an ethical way. So the questions of like, is ethical use of AI for massive surveillance is okay or not? How about using that AI for detecting buildings and resisting disaster? So same tool, how do we use it for different areas? Should we use it or should we not? So these ethical questions should be answered, and that will help us engender trust in the system. Now, if things go wrong, who are to blame? Now, people can be held accountable for their decisions in ways that machines cannot. We have to remember that. And the problem is like, even the judges and lawyers are not usually trained scientists. So they really do not know what actually happened in the system that actually engendered the system. So this complicacy, to solve this complicacy, we basically need to actually adhere to some sorts of norm in use of data. So for instance, like, based on, learning from mobile data use in various countries in the world, Roland et al. In 2021 actually talked about, 5 principles where what that can help. So authorities should choose sources carefully. They need to actually decide on according to professional consideration. They need to think about privacy protection of the, in terms of national and institutional level. They need to establish commitment to quality, ensure consistency and efficiency of authorities in governing data via bilateral and multilateral interaction between international counterparts. So this is kind of like a high-level way of actually trying to make sure that data is governed in a proper way so that AI system have trust. So the problem here is present AI audit, and I will conclude my talk with this. It does not actually, the present auditing system of IT is based on like, the legacy IT ways. The legacy IT ways is like, is the traditional way is programming does everything. Data does not anything, okay? But in case of AI, data drives the system. So this is why there is no expected result with many AI applications. It is unpredictability is a challenge in AI system. Now, the idea is about probability versus correctness. AI, particularly machine learning system, do not aim for absolute correctness. We have to remember that. They aim for good enough result. So probabilistically, whatever good is the output. So the challenges that makes this thing actually difficult, but also if we can actually address to these challenges, we can actually make sure that AI is used properly, is that machine learning systems require massive amount of data. We know that, but we need to actually think that can we ensure millions of data examples that all are appropriate for the intended purposes? We need to think that data being costly to collect, can we use proxy? Can repurposing the data lead to incomplete or inaccurate results? How can we be sure that all repetitive populations exist in appropriate frequencies? And how do we handle unstructured data? So with these questions, if we think about these questions before actually, thinking about deploying AI system or managing in the governance system, we probably will be able to better judge what to use, when to use, and how to use them. So with that, I would like to conclude my talk. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much, Sabar. And it's really, really interesting. And it's a very big step forward from our discussions. And definitely, for the participants who are not familiarized with the social sector, and you can imagine that when we and the social security or social protection organizations want to apply this type of techniques and AI, but also some type of analytics, and they have a huge responsibility on the results, because the results of applying these techniques and with impact on the population may involve the granting or rejecting some benefits, for example, or what involve the decision making on the social policies. So the outcomes of using these techniques are really important, and there are some some cases. Maybe if you take a look to the news, there have been some issues of wrongly assessed and for example fraud cases, and there was a big scandal, for example, in the Netherlands that cost the head to a ministry, and there was also was a scandal some time ago in Australia that also cost the head to the chief of the social security area, because this type of decisions, if they are not made correctly, they have a huge impact on the population, but also politically speaking. So we want to apply these techniques because they are very promising, and they are very promising to support the social security operations. They are very promising to deliver services to the population, to improve the quality and to automatize processes, so to speed up services. But on the other hand, we have to be sure, or we have to know how to use it in a safe way, in a secure way, as Sabar and that was pointing out. So, and my last comment is now, and for the ones who have some years, and we know that some years ago, the databases were a bit the king or the queen of the IT area, and afterward the things moved to the processes and so on, and the data was a bit kept in a second level. But now, with these techniques and the importance of data, and is being recognized again, and because a number of algorithms and a number of systems are not led by the programming, or let's say are equally led by the programming of the algorithms as for the data. And if we don't have the right data, we will not have the right outputs. So now let me give the floor to Ismael, and who's going to talk about what can we do, or what are considerations from the data side, data governance, and this type of implications. So Ismael, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm sharing my screen. Can you see my screen? Yes, I think so.
Yes.
Okay. First of all, thank you, Raul, for this chance to be here today with you, and thank you to IC-EGOV conference for the organization of this event. It's really a great pleasure to be with all of this speakers, learning a lot about the things. Mr. Saber has put on the table some interesting points, and I am going to add some things to them. Okay, so sorry. Okay, thank you for the presentation. Okay, so let's begin by thinking about one of the most important ingredients for all of the type of algorithms that Mr. Saber has said. Is the component is data, right? From the point of view of IT, it's clear which is the importance of data for the organization. But it's also interesting to know or to pay attention on the value of data as a business asset, right? So what I'm trying to say is that we should begin to consider data as a twofold asset from the point of view of business and from the point of view of IT. So it's quite important to synchronize this twofold vision because it's the only way in which an organization can extract value from the data. And it's quite interesting the idea of value that we will explore in this presentation, right? So one interesting thing is that we have to remind that from the inspection of public data, as Professor Saber has been saying, governments should inspect some important areas so that they can develop different policies, just focused to the well-being of the population, including social security. So for that, it's important to know the stories, to know the overall idea. One of the most important things in the area of data is that all data can tell some different stories. For instance, stories about health, employment, fighting fraud, and so on. No? But on the other way, it's also possible to tell a story through the data to know more about the population. Along my presentation, I have included some book I consider interesting for different concerns, right? So one of the most important things to put data at the core of the organization is to think about how organizations and institutions should move to a data-driven paradigm, right? One of the most important changes that this type of companies, institutions should think about is to move from an application-centric paradigm in which we have plenty of application running on their own databases as silos. We have to move that to put data at the core of the organization in a paradigm called data-centric, right? So only when the larger amount of benefit can be taken only when the organization become data-centric because they can be data-driven, okay? What type of stories can we tell? Okay, we can think, or we can take a think about how to extract information or how to extract insight or how can we implement some kind of better ways to know more about the organization of the population, right? So, for instance, we can distinguish. We can distinguish between information what happened in the past, what is happening in the present, and what it will be happening in the future. So the idea is that with much better algorithms and analytics, we will be able to produce better results, and we will be able to know and to have better insights about the data. And from this data, from this analytics, we will be able to produce some specific policies that can make the life of population much better, right? But the problem is that if this data has not an appropriate amount of quality, the stories that we will be counting by the end will be not good enough, right? On the other hand, as one of the most important fathers of data quality said, bad data quality costs a lot of money to different institutions. So it's worth it to pay. It's worth it to pay attention to the quality of the data, right? This is true not only for the point of view of a business point of the. Remember my first slide about the business point of view of data as an asset, but also from the point of view of IT asset, right? So in this line, IBM's established that more or less the cost due to bad data quality are around in the same line, right? It has been very interesting, a lot of things that all the presentation, in fact, about some problems that that organization or institution should face with the data when they are going to implement some different type of analytics, right? One of the most interesting, and just an example of data management concern, is the data science dilemma, right? More or less, we can follow a proportion 80 to 20 about the cost of people trying to manage data to be in a acceptable state of quality to apply or to be used for data for all, other type of data analytics, right? So in this specific case, it said that the data scientists spent 80% of their time trying to fix the errors in data, and 20% of the data running different analytics algorithms on the data to extract some knowledge. And this is a problem because we are wasting a lot of resources to get some result, right? Another demonstration that we need very good data to take important decision is the recent pandemic. We are still fighting with it, and it's clear that we need better data to be able to identify some specific strategy from local, national, regional government to try to establish the best way to fight against this specific. For instance, we can say here in Spain, we have had important debates about, for instance, the consideration or the meaning of what are dead people who has just passed away about coronavirus, and it wasn't a debate about death with coronavirus or death by coronavirus, because depending on the use preposition, the line of actions were different. So if we don't have at least a right understanding of the concern and the terms that we are going to use, we will not have data having an appropriate amount of data quality, and we will not have be able to make a sound decision, right? But the important thing is that we know that we have to maintain adequate levels of quality, but at what cost? At what cost? It's important for organization to establish some threshold, one of minimum acceptable value for data and maximum value acceptable for data for the levels of quality. And it's important to maintain this level of quality between these threshold, because the amount of effort required to ensure data quality can be that can lead us to a non-sustainable scenario, right? So to write the adequate trade-off is to identify which are the different type of organizational data value with regard to data quality. So we have to find the balance to maintain the sustainability of the institution, the organization, and to produce adequate policies that can help as many people as possible, right? So one way to achieve this goal is by means of rationalize this type of example, right? And to rationalize this type of effort, the most or a strategy could do to align the data strategy of organization with the organizational strategy. And the main goal for that is data governance, right? Okay. So we know the importance of data quality management. We know the importance of data management as the best practice in addressing the best technological infrastructure as possible to maintain the different operation with data. And we know, or we are inferring the importance of data governance. But the important thing is not to have only of them in an independent way, but to make them working together. This is one of the most important concerns, right? And my presentation will be focused on how to identify how these three disciplines can work together. Typically, this is achieved by means of incorporating the best data management or data quality management and data governance practices to the various business processes of the organization, right? So in this slide, we are representing something. The lines with points, represent immature business processes. The lines with points are representing immature or not mature enough data practices. When I mean data practices, I'm referring to data management, data quality, and data governance practice, right? So as the organization are maturing, their business process are becoming more maturing. At the very beginning, we can see, or it's typical that business processes are supported by more or less mature data management practices. As the organization matures, they are not only maturing the business process, but also their data management practices. At a certain point, they discover that they need to include some data quality management practices, right? And as they are maturing the business process, they are also maturing the data quality management processes, right? The same things can be observed with data governance. At a given time, institutions discover that they need something else that data quality management, because aligned to this data quality management, they can align plenty of effort to get the data in a state in which they can extract the maximum value for them. So they began to introduce some data governance practices. And as they are mature, the business processes, they are mature the data governance practices, right? Just a quick view on data quality management. Let me introduce two different points: a product approach and a process approach, right? Because both of them will be important when it comes to deploy a data governance program as a way to extract the maximum value of data from organization, right? For the product approach, we have been working for several years with two international standards: ISO 25 and 12 and ISO 25020, right? It's quite interesting, these two standards, because the first one introduced some data quality characteristic, right? This data quality characteristic can be used as a criteria that can be used to judge the quality of the data from different point of view. The most important data quality characteristic, or the widest used, are those related to what we call inherent or intrinsic data quality characteristic. And just to name them, we can say accuracy, completeness, consistency, credibility, and currentness, right? As we have to explore this specific data quality characteristic, many people tend to use to define or to use some data profiling tools and algorithms to identify the amount of accuracy or to amount of completeness and so on of a data set, right? By using ISO 25 and 24, right, we can discover, or we can apply a profundization. We can go a step further, in which we are going to analyze, or we are going to apply some specific data quality properties that combined will enable a way to determine the amount of data accuracy. So it's interesting that if we want to explore how accurate is a data set. We should go deeper into syntactic accuracy, semantic accuracy, and the range of accuracy, because they are important. They are important properties that can be used to have an overall view of the accuracy, right? However, any company or any institution that could be interested in accuracy, they can define their own algorithms, right? But this classification is also interesting because it allows us to identify which are the root cases of the problem, right? Just imagine if with this classification, you cannot only say that you have problem of consistency, but you can identify that the root cause of consistency is a low consistency of the format in the database, right? Perfect. So on the other hand, if we have to take an approach on process approach for data quality management, we can work with ISO 8000 Part 61 and Part 62. The first one provides a process reference model for different activities in data quality management, and the second one provides a maturity model for data quality management, right? Only this point about data quality because we have only little time, right? The important thing is that, for instance, the last slide of Mr. Saber's presentations addresses some problems, right? Let's call this problem a pain point. So when many institutions began to identify this specific pain point, it's more or less time to think about the relevance of data governance, right? But the solution to this pain point could not come only from the point of view of IT side, but also from a management or high management point of view, okay? So how can that data governance can help to my business? It will provide some hints to provide a better understanding of the value of the data, to identify some responsibility and accountabilities on the data, to know the return on investment and other resources used in data management, to manage the data-related risk and ensure some compliance concerns, to develop some organizational policies that make sure that data that we are going to use is under the control, and definitely the idea is to turn data into a strategic ally for the business and for the organization, right? There are plenty of definitions about data governance, but most of these definitions are focused on some specific point. For instance, data value and financial benefit, data strategy, responsibility and accountability chain, data lifecycle, data quality monitoring and control, data management processes, data management best practices, risk management, data policies, and associated control, right? The key point is that by means of data governance, we can check or we can achieve 4 types of benefits, right? First of all is that we will be able to get an strategic alignment between the data and the organizational strategy. The second thing is that we can achieve the benefit realization. This is to mean, just an example, for instance, if we are to execute some artificial intelligence algorithms, if we have some data, we will have very good or very sound results from these algorithms, right? We can also achieve the benefit of risk of optimization. And finally, we can achieve a resource optimization of the resource involved in the data management and data use, avoiding, for instance, the waste of time of the data scientists I told before, right? When it comes to implement data governance, we can do it in 2 flavors, if you allow me that. We can think about in doing some kind of control, and the type of or the style of data governance will be a technical data governance, and we can think about providing some flexibility, just for instance, to particularize to enable different type of data analysis. And we will be speaking about data governance for value, right? Depending on the company or depending on the institution, the different organization will try to apply different style. For instance, those organizations in which they have a high customer competition, they will have a predominance of data governance for value. Or in those organizations having a high domain regularity, they should think about a predominance of technical data governance, right? And just to finish, we have to think about the three different data governance because they condition the way in which we can apply the data governance program, right? For instance, these three characteristics are data value driven, the data governance should be focused on enterprise architecture, and data governance program will deal iterative and incremental concerns of the data, right? Just to think about some concerns. Let's first identify some different type of data value. For instance, intrinsic. This will focus, or this will be the focus of more technical data governance. Loss, performance, economic, business, and market. The business will be one of the focus of the data analytics and big data, right? This identification type of data value is part of a new discipline in the area called infonomics, and I strongly recommend to you the book by Lani because it's quite interesting, right? To achieve this value, organization should outline a data strategy, and the refinement of data strategy by means of data policy and data controls at the end of the day will make sure that we have the data under the control that we need, right? We said that this data governance should be focused on enterprise and architecture, right? And one of the most interesting concepts about this is data governance system. Every data governance system should be customized for every organization, and it will address different areas. For instance, information or data, people, skills and competencies, data processes, principles, policies and procedure, culture, ethics and behavior, service infrastructure and application, and organizational structure for data and governance and management. With that data governance system, we can bring together all of the concerns that Mr. Savers refers previously about, for instance, an aspect like ethics or how to work and so on, right? It is quite important that just to deploy some data governance system, and more specifically to develop some data processes, we have in the market several frameworks that can be useful for our organization. For instance, COVID, DCAN, DAMA, DMM, or one model we developed here in Spain called MAMD. We developed with our organization. All of them can provide to you the criteria and the guidelines to develop some data governance program, right? Just to focus on a specific aspect, for instance, one of the most complex things is just to establish a responsibility and accountability chain for the operation on data, right? We have to identify some responsibility at different level of the organization, and these responsibilities will be in charge of different action. When it comes to implement data governance, it's quite interesting to differentiate between data governance and data management, because they can address, or they have to address, different responsibility. The data governance responsibility are evaluate, direct, and monitor, and the data management responsibility will be plan, do, check, act. This will provide a direction for the organization, and this will provide the way of working, right? We can establish this responsibility by means of a RACI matrix, right? We said that it's iterative and incremental because starting from a non-governed data state, we have to design and adapt our data governance system until we have all of the data in our institution governed and ready to be used for different concerns, right? With the iteration are built on this cycle. First, we have to identify the knowledge that we have about the organization and establish a common way that all the people in the organization establish the same terms. Then we have to determine the level of control that we have on this data, make the corresponding adaptation, and then exploit that. Just to finish, some conclusion. I'm sorry because I took some minutes more. Some takeaway and learn lesson from our experience. Tools don't give control over the data. You must combine very good tools with very good frameworks adapted to your organization. The implementation of the frameworks should not be disruptive. The implementation of the framework should grow along with the organization, right? If we use one of the framework in which there is a maturity model, we can use this maturity model to outline some roadmaps to improve data processes and data quality in the organization. The framework provides a better understanding of the organization in order to achieve this data-driven orientation. The implementation of the framework enhances interoperability between different organizations. And finally, if possible, data organizational maturity certification can provide an added value to the organization when it comes to relate to some other organization. And thank you very much for your attention. I hope I have been able to introduce some data governance concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ismael, for giving this a very synthetic way on the how to carry out the journey of a data-driven organization, and especially taking into account the implications for the social sector. So, dear participants, let's now give some space for Q&A, so for your questions. And if there are some questions on your side, and to Saber, to Ismael, and please let us know. Well, while we wait for some questions, and I have a question for Ismael meanwhile, and how to what changes or not in the data governance models, and when you have big data, and what are the differences in this sense?
Sorry, say again, please, Raul.
What's the difference? What happens when you have big data? No, when you want to use big data, you want to manage big data, and what considerations you have to have in mind, and from the process and the models or data governance models, and you can apply and the same as when you are in a let's say more traditional information system that can be very large databases. No? It's the difference between very large databases and big data.
That's an interesting question, because, for example, by means of the framework, you can use the different processes and different criteria that the framework provides. So that, for instance, if you have to deal with the big data consideration, just the three views. If you think about, for instance, velocity, or if you have to think about value, or if you have to think about volume, you have to address specific processes as part of the data governance program to better address these specific concerns. For instance, if you have the view of variety, right, you can use several processes in order to better identify which are the data sources and data destination of the data, right? Or if you have a large amount of data, you have to use the processes related to the way in which information technology used to deal the volume of data, and reconcile the requirement that big data analysis implies with the type of analysis that you can use. And in the end, it's a matter of making a decision about how to face up with the different challenges from the point of view of data governance. The challenges of big data, right, from the data governance. So in this sense, for instance, I'm thinking about the cost, about trying to write different ETL processes so that you can integrate different data coming from different source with different format to perform a specific analysis, right? So the organization should address the problem of limiting, for instance, limiting the number of potential sources, or just to recommend some data quality or data transformations before the integration in order to improve the level of quality of the final data set prior to the execution of the analytics by means of big data. So depending on the challenges that the way of analyzing the data brings, you have to adapt the data governance vision to that data and identify the critical point and to prioritize in order to make your organization more sustainable.
Thank you, Ismael.
My pleasure.
There are no questions from the floor. So now let's move to the second part, to the applications in social security, and let me give the floor to Mr. Tsai, and who is a Director General of the Information Center and of the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Security of China. Mr. Tsai, you have the floor. You're going to present the experiences on data management, on data-driven developments in the ministry.
Thank you, Rolf. Dear colleagues, it's very nice to be here, and thank you for inviting me. Today, I'd like to talk about social security big data in China and its implications to the digital transformation of social insurance in China. I've been working in this industry for almost 30 years, and from my own experience, I think there are three major driving forces propelling the advance of China's social insurance. The first is the business standardization. This is often take form in the form of legislation and administrative regulation, and it's very important to make a national standard in terms of coverage, benefits levels, etc. The second driving force is the software. The application of software increase efficiency in transaction, in business operation. At the same time, it is also very important to consolidate the business standardization, because everything was written in the program. And now we're in the third phase, and the third driving force is big data. And the use of big data can make solutions personalized and the services customized and supervision well targeted. So it's very, very important. I think it's the most important driving force now in China in propelling social insurance. Sorry, there's some problem with the slide. Okay, this slide tells the story of the big data, social insurance big data in China. So when we talk about China's social insurance big data, we often refer to four databases. The first is the Social Security card holder database. The second is the Social Insurance registration database. Third is the Social Insurance Network monitoring database. And fourth is some statistical data. Of course, there are other databases. For example, databases for employment status, databases for industrial relations, labor contracts. But the major big data include these four databases. First, the Social Security card holder database. China began to issue Social Security card in 1999. By now, it has covered 95% of the whole population. So the card holder is now it's almost 1.4 billion. So almost 95 out of 100 person in China has a Social Security card. and some even now has an electronic one. And the second is a social insurance registration database, which includes 1.4 billion people. The third is a social insurance network monitoring system. It's actually an internal data pooling system. We extract the most frequently used data from local databases every month, once in a month. It now covers all kinds of social insurance categories. For the basic pension program, there are 920 million people in the database. So these are the most important databases. So when we talk about social insurance big data, actually we're talking about these four databases. These data are verified compared with external shared data with other sources. For example, China now has the Chinese population basic information database and the China legal person database. I think the population basic information database is the most important and most frequently used data source. And we also have some contracts, and we signed some contract with other ministries. For example, the Ministry of Education and Civil Affairs, Health Commission, and the Ministry of Justice, and other ministries. And we share data with them, and we verify our data within these four databases with their sources of data. Also, we get help from the railway companies and the aviation companies. They also provide data to help us. So with their help and with the verification, the data in these four databases become more and more accurate. And that, I think that's a source to support our further work. I'd like to talk a bit more about data sharing. Data sharing is now a government requirement. The Chinese government pay great emphasis on information system integration and data sharing because the government believes there are too many fragmented information systems in China. So they want them to be more integrated. And they ask each ministry to share data with other ministry. If we don't obey the government requirements, they may cut our budgets or even stop funding our projects. So it's a government requirement and we must obey. Second, if we want to share data, we must have some mechanism. So the government, the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Security, make some circulations, publish some circulations. That's guidelines to tell the local branches that we need to share the data with other people, with other ministries. And we also set the procedures of data sharing. And we made specifications on data security management. These are served as sharing mechanisms. And we have some sharing platforms. For example, there are four major platforms. The external data exchange platforms. These are used to share data with other ministries and other foreign organizations. And the second is a system coordination platform. This is more like a connection panel because if people want to share data with each other, you cannot let them go pair after pair because that will make the system very, very complicated and less efficient. So we built a system coordination platform. The third is a social insurance information query and verification system. These are assembled for the use of the local governments because they only have local data. When they need to check the status of the insurers about their status in other areas, in other regions, they need to go to this system, this database to check. So This is very important and has used very widely in China. The last is a Social Security card holder information database. I think this is the most accurate data source within the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Security. So that's the data sharing mechanism and the platform. The third part, I would like to talk about the data applications. Of course, when we talk about the application of data, there are many benefits. Of course, there are many benefits, but I'll touch upon the three most important ones, I think. The first is big data can be used to improve service. I'll give two examples. One is about the basic old age insurance online transfer system. In the past, if people want to transfer their Social Security enrollment and accounts from one region to another, they need to take a piece of paper and to the place they're moving out, to the authorities where they want to move out, and then get stamped on the paper and go to the authority he wish to move in the place he wish to move in. That caused a huge amount of time. Sometimes it even take a person more than half a year to finish the transfer. The ministry now set up a platform, a system. It's called the Social Insurance Transfer System. It's within our ministry. And we built a national social insurance public service platform. So now when people want to transfer their enrollment and the Social Security account, they can apply through various channels. They can do it online, they can do it on mobile terminals, and they can do it through electronic Social Security card. And with the exchange of data, with the sharing exchange of data, and with the verification from our ministry's social insurance information database, they can get it easier. I think it's far more easier than they previously do. The second example is the practice of Nanning City. Nanning is a capital city of Guangxi Autonomous Region. It's in the southern part of China. It's a 1.5 hour flight from Hong Kong. So just to give you an idea where it is. The city of Nanning, they set up two platforms actually. One is the integrated platform, which serve to accept the applications and give people feedbacks. And the second is a one-stop business acceptance and integrated business handling platform. So people can now apply for their service through business handling hall or through mobile apps, WeChat, a self-service all-in-one machine, and various channels. Both individual and employer can apply for service through these channels. When these applications reach the handling platform, the internal platform, they are dealt with by the backroom staff. So they use data from employment, social insurance, and labor relations to make decisions whether to ratify the application or to decline their application. So the characteristics of this service, I think first, it's a multi-channel, one-stop service. And most services can be delivered online. Actually, more than 200 business items can be applied online. The second is separate front desk acceptance and backroom processing. So when people apply for service, they actually don't know who ratifies them. So it's prevent fraud and other problems. Third, since they have the big data, from employment, social insurance, and labor relations. They can provide personalized services. For example, they can notify people if he is entitled for certain benefits. And when people get a message, they themselves even don't know they are entitled to certain benefits. So that's the advantage of using big data. The second benefit of using big data it can enhance verification. I think people working in the social security industry, many people get a dilemma of how to verify an old age person is alive or dead. I think that's a common dilemma. If you call an old lady and say, "Grandma, I want to drop in and say hello," of course she knows what she really mean. That's also a problem in China. So we now try to use big data to adopt what we call silent verification. We can get data from air travel industry, from border control agencies, from electronic card usage records, and railway travel information. Say, if people have just boarded an airplane 1 month ago, of course, the high probability is he is still alive. And we also get information from the registered death registration, and we also get the imprisonment information from the Ministry of Justice, and we compare this information with our national database to find out who is eligible and who is ineligible. And at the same time, we provide convenient ways to do verification. For example, you can use electronic card and do a facial recognition. After a facial recognition process, you can get verification, and the agency will know, and they will continue to provide benefits to you. The third application is it can strengthen supervision. When we say that one transaction or business processing is dubious or faked, we usually mean 4 categories. The status may be false, and the person may be a fake one. The business may be illegal, and the records may be a fake one. For example, if the employer is continuing to pay social insurance contributions, and you are claiming the unemployment benefit, that indicates that the status is contradictory. And if there's irregularity in your ID number, it also indicates that the person may be fake, maybe a fake one. And some people wish to retire earlier than stipulated in the law by claiming that he worked in a special occupation, for example, divers, but the record may show that he's not right. He tells a lie. And also, people may forge their training records and pretend they obtain a certain skills which they do not have. So by targeting these irregularities, so we can use data to enable us to do supervision in advance, in the process, and afterwards. So it really helps us to better our supervision, well-targeted supervision. So these are the 3 main usages or benefits of Social Security big data. And we also pay great attention, we attach great importance to data security. China issued in 2016 the Network Security Law of the People's Republic of China. And this year, 3 months earlier, the Chinese government issued data security law of the People's Republic of China. And we also, in August, have the personal information protection law. The ministry also issued regulations. For example, it's around 6 or 7 years ago, we published the measures for the administration of individual rights and interest records of social insurance. And we also issued data security management specifications of the social insurance industry. And the last slide, I want to talk about the research project. As Raul has just mentioned, the Ministry of Social Security and the Human Resources and Social Security, in collaboration with the UNU and sponsored by LO and ESA and the EU, are doing a research on the study on digital transformation of social insurance administration and services to ensure universal social security coverage in the People's Republic of China. The deliverables include one situation analysis and digitization strategy and data governance plan. It is planned to be finished in April next year. And we are now working on this project, and we'll do some field trip in a week. And that's all for my presentation. I thank you all for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Tsai. And it's very, very interesting, and how you also present the needs and challenges on a decentralized administration. And because sometimes we don't know how the administration and how the services are organized in China, and you have to deal also with this distribution of roles between the central government, certain services, and the centralized services. So this adds also a complexity to the let's say to the data-driven the techniques and in general to the data management. Let's now go to the fourth speaker, and who's going to present still other experiences and some reflection on big data and data-driven techniques. Sven, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Raul. I'm very honored to be here with such an extreme good panel of experts. Thank you for that one, Raul. Okay, let me share my screen. Let's see. And I need to do this one, and then I should be all set for it.
It's okay.
Okay?
Yep.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Big data analytics and social security in Belgium. First of all, let me say that in social security, we are by nature harvesting big data. We do that. That is what we do. Day in, day out, we are collecting a lot of information. And if we're going to fight fraud, well, we are going to even get more information. So fraud fighting is by default working with big data. I'd like to start with a very simple example, in fact, and that simple example is about Mining Watch. Mining Watch is a data mining tool, which is, I'm just going to make my screen a little bit visible for me. Mining Watch is a data mining tool which is used to predict modeling to define fraud risks in 3 different sectors: construction, cleaning, and the hotels and catering sector. It is about to find out who is not paying his social contribution. It is rather successful. It's going from before a 16 success rate of finding, let us say, this kind of fraud, up to 45% by using Mining Watch. Mining Watch is calculating a score for an employer based on data mining and prepares a scorecard with 5 variables listed below: strong personal turnover, few recent declarations in the DMONA 1 system. Now, the DMONA 1 system is a system where we are obliged to register labor contracts when they start and when they are ending. A low business turnover, tax variables such as VAT debts, or not declaring client listings, which is in Belgium something which is obliged to by the law. The main data source is the Crossroad Bank for Social Security. And that's a gateway for data for 14 social security institutions that offer electronic services for citizens. It is not a data bank, it's not a data warehouse, it's not a data lake. It is a network for data flows from different institutions. And the responsibility of the data is, let us say, in the hands of every institution itself. Data obtained from the Crossroad Bank is by default big data. It has large volume, large velocity, and it has many varieties. What are the lessons which we learned in this quite successful project? Well, first of all, we don't ever have to underestimate the complexity of the available data, nor the amazing differences in data we have, structured, non-structured, everything which is coming in. The importance of factoring, preparing the data in sufficient time to optimize the data to improve data quality. We have been discussing that in the 3 previous presentations, how to obtain data quality. Well, factoring in sufficient time is also needed. We need from the start to involve all the users of the tool. In this case, we are talking about the inspectors, the guys and people and women which are working daily in out with, let us say, fraud detection. And you need to involve them very early in the development process to ensure that they understand the tool and that they understand the applicability of the tool, to increase awareness and usefulness of the applications by everybody who's going to use it. So also that the results are coming out of them also is going to be used in a correct way. You need to engage the users of the tool in validating the predictive models used in order to ensure their accuracy. You need to have the business knowledge inside this tool, working with this tool to be sure that the outcome of the tool is what you want and that the risk of, let us say, bad predictions is going to be lower because you're going to use the people's knowledge about it. What were the challenges if you talk in big data and social security in the completeness of it? Well, first of all, if we talk about challenges, there is infrastructure. And I'm coming from the infrastructure side of IT. And of course, today in the world, we harvest about 2.5 quintillion bytes of data every day. To give you an idea, that's about, well, let us say 57 billions of 32 gigabyte iPads daily. That's an enormous amount of data. And a lot of that is governmental data. We also, if we look at infrastructure, you will need to have sufficient processing power, sufficient infrastructure to be able to calculate, let us say, big data analytics. And if we look a little bit further, and I'm seeing all these problems we have with, for example, calculating bitcoins, it's also about energy, the amount of energy such data centers need to be, let us say, alive and kicking and delivering what they should deliver. Big data itself is also a challenge. Big data, missing data, incomplete data. If we talk about big data, not reliable data, how do you cope with this? We also have regulatory problems. We've seen that in the previous one, and the privacy laws that are coming in, GDPR, for example, in Europe, confidentiality of the data, interoperability of the data. How do you exchange data with other social security institutions or governmental organizations? The budget implications versus the institutional goals. There is no secret about it that advanced analytics could cost a ton of money. And is that in line with your institutional goal? Unintended consequences. I heard Raul talking about the problem that was in Australia. Well, it was called the robo-debt system. And it was in fact a system where welfare debt could be recovered by an AI implementation of finding out who was, well, let's say, owning money to the welfare system. Now, the system worked pretty fine, but in the end, people who were sick received that they had the debt to pay, people with psychological problems, people who were extremely poor, which was a mistake into the system, also received that. So that became, in the end, a very large national scandal where the proof was that, okay, It's not only about the calculation or, let us say, the outcome of the analytics. There's still a human need to be able to translate and to understand what the system is saying. It's also the same thing if you're going to work with AI models. You need to know the business models to be able to understand the outcome of them and to train these models that the outcomes are going to be correct. If we talk about, to say, big data, I always like to talk about the flying Vs. The flying Vs are going to describe the multiple dimensions of big data. You see them: volume, velocity, viscosity, variety, variability, and they're all there. But I like to focus on social security on three important ones. First of all, the volume, and the amount of data that is generated and collected. The variety indicates the diversity of the types of data that are collected. And then the third one, veracity, where we're going to measure the biases, the noise, the abnormality, and the reliability in the data sets. And those are things which are quite important for, let us say, the implementation of what we call big data analytics in social security. Now, once upon a time, in a beautiful country in Europe, I was invited to have a look on the strategy of big data analytics for social security. And the vision was, we want to become a data-driven organization. Data is the new gold, and we don't want to work anymore with the belly feelings and that kind of stuff. No, we really want to become an organization that is going to create decisions based on data. Now, we have different types of data analytics, coming from prescriptive to predictive analytics and anything which is in the middle of it. But anyway, how do you become a data-driven organization? And the first thing you're going to look at is, what is your as-is situation? And if we looked at the as-is situation, we saw that there was an administrative transactional system, a legacy system which is there for transactional cases. Now, transactional systems, OLAPs, or LTPs as we call them, are not, let us say, the ideal systems for advanced analytics. So you need to change that. And most of the time, well, these systems are 20, 30 years old, mainframe driven, and they have, let us say, a basic reporting system built into it. And from time to time, we do some data visualizations by using Power BI or other tools for it. But the focus is on the transactional system. So there is not really a data culture. And if there is no data culture, well, most of the time there is no data governance either. So how you define data, how you define your rules for quality and all that was not in place, because, well, it was all anyway coded hardly in the transactional systems. If we look at the organization itself, well, we saw that typically it was a siloed organization. Everybody was working in its own environment, as mostly of the time built around core processes, but there was not a lot of interaction between the silos inside the institution itself. And certainly if you want to go outside the institution, then we're really talking about hard silos. I already mentioned ad hoc reporting, that was done. And I also said interoperability hardly exists. Next to it, there is a limited technical know-how. There is know-how about the system that was built. There are some developers around which were pretty good in COBOL. But at one point in time, well, there is a limited technical know-how, certainly when it's come to big data and big data analytics. Now, the most logical conclusion that you're going to make as an organization is, well, this is so complex, this is so hard, that we are going to outsource data analytics towards a service provider. And it's logical, because it will solve the problem of your technical environment. You can have a hybrid cloud environment where you're going to work with Azure Cloud or any other system that will be able to deliver you the calculation power which you're going to need, which are going to deliver you the answer to the question of what about storage. So technically, infrastructure-wise, well, that's maybe a good answer. These people also have the necessary skills in-house to, let us say, to support the system, and you go hybrid, for example, you go to a service provider. But that doesn't answer in any way the data culture inside your institution, not the governance. And your silos still will be there, and there will still be some ad hoc reporting, maybe some new dimensions that are going to be built. But inside your institution, you still will have a limited technical know-how, and interoperability, well, will still hardly exist. Maybe it's initiated at the service provider side, but to be honest, your institution, apart from outsourcing your infrastructure environment and getting some knowledge to help you out, is still not a data-oriented environment. So the last slide, which I'm coming to, is how do you decipher the riddle of the V's, the red V's we discussed earlier? Well, first of all, it starts with the correct vision. What do you want to do? What do you want to obtain? How will you align? And it's even more than just, let us say, analytics and big data analytics, but how will you align your digital strategy with the vision of your institution? That's the first one. And if you have that one, you will have to come up with a strategy. And that is discussed up front by my colleagues. The strategy is quite important because in the strategy itself, you're going to define how you will tackle the problems which are around the 3 V's. For example, if you have a policy, you want to make sure that that policy is working, you will have to invest in a model or a strategy or machine learning to be able to, let us say, prove and see how your model is going to work. And maybe you do some more advanced analytics onto it. If you have the strategy in place, well, you need to define your KPIs, your key points indicators. And those will be on the strategy level, on the business level, but it will also be on the executional level or on the infrastructure level. We are talking here about a lot of metrics, but these metrics needs to be defined pretty clear upfront to prove that your strategy around data and big data analytics or your digital vision is going to work. Now, of course, if you want to implement that, 2 things will come up to mind. First of all, you need to have a cultural change. So that is the first thing you want to do. You want to become a data-driven and, let us say, institution. That means you will need to change the culture that is going to change your organization, that will change your roles. You will have to implement data stewards. You will have to implement data owners. You will have to implement rules. You will have to have support from C-level, from your most important people inside your organization. Maybe you have to appoint a chief data officer, but you will need to change that organization to become data-oriented and to work with the outcome of it, because if you're going to invest hard in data analytics, and we're talking about big bucks, then you need to be sure that the organization will also, how can I say it, adopt that new way of working. And then we go to the last 2 things in this structure, which is your information lifecycle. Know your data. Make sure that your data stewards know exactly how your data is going to work together with your business processes. Maybe you will have to adapt your business processes to the information lifecycle, but you will have to start working with data management and data quality, which goes hand in hand naturally, as we've seen before, with data governance. And the very last part, which is for me the most simple part, is in fact the enabling infrastructure. There you can have help from a lot of, let us say, good providers, good vendors. You can make choices and do it yourself in a large data center, which is centrally in the state. But that is the easiest part, because that is something which you can buy, that is something which you can organize, you can have service agreements around it. That's the easiest part. But everything which comes on top needs to be done and dusted, needs to be clear, needs to be communicated well to everybody inside your organization before you can go to the last part. And most of the time what we see is that, well, we start with the last part, the enabling infrastructure. And that is something which we need to reverse. That's for me, my presentation. Thank you all. Over to you, Raul.
Thank you very much, Sven. And this is really a great way to put together, to connect many of the points that were presented by the other speakers, and bit a reflection also on how to move forward with this data-driven and strategy. So now let me ask our colleagues if there are some questions from the audience, and meanwhile I would like to ask you to make some comments about the other presentations and how to connect and your points with the others. So let me start with Saber. Saber, you presented at the beginning, and what you presented is in some way and put some requirements and on data governance, and also included some ideas on how to apply AI and in the social sector. So how you connect and your points with Ismail's presentation in terms of data governance, and how and what presented Ismail could respond and to some of your questions, and how and the applications of AI you presented could be, and also the use in the context like and the Chinese ministry, or what Sven was presented. So Saber, and you have the floor.
Raul, thank you so much. I mean, I was listening to all the three presentations, and I was kind of like, I mean, I felt so good, like, you know, all these things, a lot of things that I actually had were answered in a different way. So it's and they have like three different dimensions, by the way, like, because Ismail is talking about more about from the very raw data perspective, where I mean, Yanli from China, I mean, they're basically talking about how in the country level it is being held, and Sven's presentation was more of like a caution, and also from a practitioner's perspective, like of how you know, I would say, like, you know, I took it like, you know, how the change management should be, like, you know, if in case like you know, the countries or the companies would like to actually you know, jump into a new data driven plate, I would say. Now so I mean, I for one would really like to think, you know, would like to ask all of you in a way that I'm, you know, from my research perspective, and as I work on more on, like, you know, explainable AI in a sense, like, you know, I want to actually build, you know, my research work actually works on, like, you know, on data from satellite, etc. And many of the cases, many of the time, you know, I struggle. I mean, I would say of thinking like, okay, you know, looking at a building shape, thinking about, like, you know, having the data of a mobile data of quite a few person from that area, can I deduct, I mean, I can probably deduct, like, okay, probably this is the social condition of this person, or not. And in a runtime basis, I can actually see, and in many cases I've seen that this person actually in a year or two moved to another place where the building size and house has actually changed as well. Now, this tells us, like, you know, in an aggregate fashion, that how the communities are changing, how people are changing, etc. But from the ethical perspective, or I mean, like, if I actually would like to, I mean, for a research perspective, it's a great thing. I mean, we can publish paper, etc. But when it comes to this practitioners end, how ethically strong this is, or if I want to actually, even as I said in my presentation, that many of the things that we are doing in the research field, even before we know they actually go to the I mean, they are there. I mean, somebody told me, like, you know, he was working on this NLP tool, and in 3 months, I mean, somebody actually made it. So because the papers are there, not only made it, he basically deployed it, and supermarkets are using it now. In this context, like, you know, from a research perspective, some things look like, okay, it is important, I need to know the person, everything. But in the practitioner's perspective, it is not. Now, when we talk about AI rules and what should we do and not, we're basically giving a rule like for everyone, right? I mean, this is something that you should do. So the privacy, the way I should act or care should be the same way you should act or care. But is that the case? Or should there be some kind of like a leeway for the research field while the practitioners field will be different? I would like to know from Ismail, from the data perspective of this, like, because we are using the same type of big data. From Sven, I would like to know from a, you know, change. I shouldn't use this word change management, but I'm saying, like, when we were talking about, like, you know, organizations are changing, how these things should be actually taken after. And
and definitely from Yanli, from Chinese perspective, like, because they are doing a massive big data work, and how are these privacy concerns from a research and from the practitioner's perspective are being dealt with? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sabar. And we have a question from the audience. So colleagues in the floor can give the microphone to the participants.
Thank you all for the interesting discussion and presentations. My name is Morten Nielsen. I'm from UNU-EGOV, and I'm here in Athens. You all mentioned interoperability and privacy legislation from various perspectives. Yesterday, we actually had Lorraine Punsikula, who is the director of the DataSphere initiative, mention that when you start layer data, even non-private data, the complexity becomes even higher. And you may actually invade privacy or have privacy concerns, even though you layer anonymous data on top of each other, and you can start identifying who Morten is and where he's going. This was also reflected yesterday in a IMF World Bank panel on the future of social services and GovTech by the global director Julia Glidden from Microsoft, that although we have these potentials for protecting privacy, interoperability to help us manage data that will enable us to use AI in its various forms for better service delivery, there's also a regulatory lack, and the GDPR and the likes may not be able to address that. So, what's your short-term solutions, and what do you see as the long-term challenges in that regard once we become super data-driven and we start having more and more data on people? Will that be enough, the interoperability frameworks, the legal principles, or do we need something different? Some more binary legislation that is simpler, so the AI can find a yes and a no, that the legislation is technology agnostic, that there's some ethical principles built into our legislation on what we want to do in the long term with data. How do you see that also in your current work and in your considerations, considering that big data is a bit older than AI, and AI is really coming online in its various form, particularly the machine learning and cognitive learning. So what's the considerations you're having yourself, and how does that reflect in your current work and what you see that you have to deal with in the future potentially?
Thank you very much, Morten. Let me give the floor and the first to Ismael, and about how he sees these questions, these approaches, and from a data governance and perspective, and the way the journey for a data-driven organization. Ismael, you have the floor. You are muted.
Sorry. Thank you for the question. While you're speaking, I have been thinking about for instance, the Data Governance Act published or released by the European Union as an attempt to try to identify several scenarios in which you can implement some privacy and ethical concerns with regard to the data. And I have been always that in order to communicate data from different parts over the world, maybe we should try to harmonize different type of laws about this concern. But it's quite difficult because even, for instance, within the European Union, we have every country have different privacy regulation and different ethical regulation, and until we have a global in the means the European Union point of view, and until we have an overall law, we will not be able to establish some common terms in which we can rule this aspect. But the problem is what happened when some European institution has to communicate with American or Asian institution. I think we need at least to work on establishing the same principles as you said around this concern. But I guess that in the two following years, the European Union, we will be working against promoting and releasing some specific law to try to implement or to try to give floor to the Data Governance Act. So it's a matter to it's a matter to take a view on the European Union and try to establish the adequate relationship between different institutions over the world.
Thank you, Ismael. And let me give the floor now to Mr. Sai. Mr. Sai, what are your views about the questions and the asked by our participant, by Morten? That you know, by the way, you know him also.
Okay, thank you. I've learned a lot from the excellent speakers, and I think most of the speakers talk about the culture, the change of the need to change the culture. I really agree with that. In China, I think we also have this problem because when we promote the sharing of data, some people are reluctant. I think there are several reasons. First, they are not quite sure about the quality of the data. So if they exchange data and the quality is in question, that's a problem. The second is if you retain the data, you retain the power of explanation. I think that's the second. And the third is they lack the techniques to use the data. I think that make the sharing of data. I think some people are reluctant to do that. But many speakers talk about the need to change the culture. Do you have any suggestions how we can change the culture of using data? And that's my question. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sai. Now let me give the floor to Sven. Maybe you can collect the different questions and give some views, and afterwards we do another round.
If we talk about interoperability, we are talking about data exchange and data as an asset. I'm thinking about should not be or must we not treat it as business rules, and even that on a very large scale. If we are talking about agreements between countries to do commercial business, should not be the way that the data who is describing all these kinds of assets should also not be the part of the discussion of the agreement between countries and regions and stuff like that. That's the first thing. Now, next to it, the practical way I see it is that it should always be in the metadata that is describing the data, under which law it falls, under which kind of legacy this is working, so that the information about the privacy laws and the legal laws should be binded directly to the data. That is something which I'm thinking about since long, because, well, we use metadata to describe data, but the legislation where the data is falling under is for me also a metadata, let us say, attribute which needs to be given. So that's a little bit the practical side and the let us say the discussion side. But of course, there are very good standards on data quality, on data. I'm thinking about the ISO XML naturally, of course, and I think maybe we should implement it as a global level, on VN level, that these are going to be followed. But of course, these are only views from it, and the starting point is for me to know under which legislation or under which legal part data is falling, and that should be part of the metadata. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Sven. And let me turn now to Saber. And what about these last questions? The changes, the culture, the data, developing a data culture, and how do you see these considerations and having a more successful AI application, and also as you are collecting data and to develop the AI applications, and what Sven was mentioning, what about including the data quality or data, let's say, qualities and the features in the metadata? Could this approach be useful for AI application, let's say, in a larger scale?
So thank you so much, Raul. Yes, well, I mean, yes and no. In a way, from a practitioner's perspective, it's different from a researcher's perspective, I would say. In many cases, I mean, in our research, we really like to have impurities. We really like to have bias, you know, like, and that's why I asked the first question, because in a way, to understand how a model works for certain type of thing, sometimes we need to actually have bias in the model. so that we would know that the system is the system acting properly, as it should be, or is it acting weirdly, although there is a bias. So some kind of cases like bias from a practitioner's point of view is different from a researcher's point of view. The problem from my perspective comes in when these research technologies, papers or something, without understanding, without being really scrutinized, getting into the industry. And I think that it's not only the AI system that is in the black box, but also the use of AI that's in the black box. That's what I'm afraid of. So for instance, I'll give you an example. ImageNet is a big source of image, right? Lots of data are there for us for deep learning tools to actually train. Now we can use them for sure. I mean, and they're so good. I mean, actually they have, because we also contribute into those, ImageNet databases. Lots of images are there. Now, training a research module from ImageNet data, writing a paper out of that, making a really precise system that is better than the other ones is a different thing. But using that tool without knowing the context of it. So context in Peru would be different from context from Colombia for every source of reason. We just cannot say that both of the countries have Spanish as a language. We cannot just say that they have the same accent. We cannot just distinguish that from, I mean, if we don't have the context-oriented data. Now, from the practitioner's point of view, it is totally different. And then it comes from, then the idea of metadata comes in. The idea of how do we define the metadata? What are the extent of things that we actually need to really look at? Now, the problem that we are facing right now is that even us, when we try to do a research, but when we try to actually go a bit further and do a policy brief on top of the research, we get a kind of scared because the data that we actually use is more on a kind of a lab data. It's giving you a very good result, but when we write a policy brief on top of that for the practitioners, we do not actually have the real context data. So the context is a very important thing that we really need to think about from three perspectives. I would say one is the engineer needs to understand the context, and it is important. It is quite impossible if the engineer stays in US and tries to build something for Japan, because we don't understand the context. So then there should be a mechanism for that, how to actually orient that person so that the algorithmic bias could be somehow reduced. The data that we actually collect has to be not only ethical, but has to actually we actually have to know what are the things which were maintained to actually get the data. Until those things are really scrutinized. And I remind you that in AI, it's not only data that we are using, we are reusing the same data as well. So because there is a feedback loop, and that makes it very difficult for the new machine learning tools to be evaluated whether or not it should be used. Because should we reiterate it or not? It's a very important question. So these things, when you have a blanket rule from GDPR and others that saying that okay, you need to have this and this standard, but we don't go beyond deep into those things, these important things, how the model is there, and how we probably make a mistake in the sense that we are hampering the research field, and also we are hampering the practitioners field as well, because it's a blanketed argument on that. It's not really pinpointing things. So I find it in a way like we really need to think about the context very deeply. We really need, and based on that, we should actually find rules that will actually help us. It will be open enough to actually help us to actually prosper from the research field and from the practitioners field. That's my take actually. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Saber. Dear dear speakers, here we are reaching the end of the session, and we had some minutes more because we started late. And I would like to wrap up with some conclusions, but definitely these are topics to keep discussing and analyzing and exchanging and experiences, because it's an area on development that not all is done by far, but definitely, and that the developments that we have experiences in the data-driven emerging technologies like analytics and the big data and AI, and they are impressive and are changing day to day, and they are being quite widely used in the social security in different countries. But we have to think and on the implications, a bit as Saber presented at the beginning, because the approach for the development of these solutions is very different to the traditional one, and especially the testing and the audit and being sure that the results are the expected ones. So, of course, we are changing the paradigms, because we are not on deterministic systems. And some of them are not deterministic systems. So we are changing the paradigm. But in any case, when we are applying them, we have to be sure that the result is expected. And in any case, and this is, I think, that is the other element to take into account, the institutions and play a key role. And the institutions are not just let's say a container of algorithms and systems. And the institutions, they also add all the governance aspects and the responsibility aspects and the policy application, and that it goes inside the system. So the institutions, on how the institutions use the technologies, how they align to the objectives, the social policies and the objectives, and how they ensure the appropriate application of the technologies are crucial. And for that, I think that the presentations and from the Ministry of China and from Sven are very clear on the role that play institutions in this and the large ecosystems of data in the country. So we have to think on how institutions organize the application of the data, and they start the data driven and let's say journey, and clearly all that has to be based on data governance and the practices that taking into account these three aspects that Ismail mentioned, and the data management, data quality, and data governance. And because at the end, this will be the background of let's say, and the governance techniques that the institutions are going to put into practice. So, and let me finish with some the distinction and the challenges of the big data, and in some way, and deciphering the different views on big data, because clearly big data it's adding another and the complexity and the factor to what we want to do. So let me thank you again, and thank you participants and virtual participants and on-site participants in the conference on UNU-EGOV and the 2021, and thank you again to the organizers, to the UN University, and for enabling us to having this special session, and definitely we are going to have another opportunity to discuss about this topic. So thank you again, and dear colleagues, and we are going to be in touch.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Have a good weekend.
Have a good
See you
weekend.
soon.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Okay. Welcome to the closing keynote lecture of the 14th edition of UNU-EGOV. My name is Dimitris Aradis from UNU-EGOV in Guimarães. In the beginning, the General Secretary presented the main elements of Greece's public digital transformation strategy. During the COVID pandemic, and due to it, Greek public administration had to make some quick wins and achieve them, most of them. Among others, the Secretary spoke about gov.gr, the national digital portal, and the services that have been introduced through it. Now, approaching to the end of the conference, let's see what is the future of Greek digital government, which is its vision regarding public sector processes and the related registry. Professor Iraklis Varlamis will present us the Greek process registry named Diavlos, the Greek word for channel, and he will illustrate the next steps that Greek public administration will do in process modeling area. Iraklis Varlamis is an associate professor in data management at Harkopio University of Athens and an external associate at GRNet SA. He holds a PhD in informatics from Athens University of Economics and Business and a Master in Information Systems Engineering from UMIST in UK. He has been involved as a technical coordinator in a number of EU-funded projects concerning knowledge management, data mining, and machine learning. He has also coordinated several EU and national R&D projects concerning, again, data management and personalized delivery of information. He has authored more than 170 articles about text and graph mining and intelligence applications in social networks and the web, and received more than 2,800 citations. In his recent collaboration with GRNet SA, he has the technical lead of the architecture of the National Registry of Services. So he is the suitable person to talk about it. Mr. Varlamis, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dimitris, for the perfect introduction for my talk. I would like to welcome all of you to Harkopio University. As Dimitris said, I'm also associate professor here at the university, and it's a great pleasure for me to also being able to present the results that we already have achieved in collaboration with the Directorate of Digital Governance at GRNet concerning the Greek Registry of Services. So, in order not to spend your time more on the introduction, I will just begin saying a few words about Diavlos, about the channel, as we call it, for services, for the Greek services. And as you can see in this figure, Diavlos, or the National Service Registry, is more than, let's say, a single repository of services. Diavlos is the main registry, the main repository, let's say, of metadata about services, but it is a part of a greater ecosystem that includes more actions and more activities related to services. As you can see, there are two other pillars, apart from Diavlos, two other pillars of this national strategy for services. The observatory for the bureaucracy, which main role is to monitor the proper execution of services, and also to monitor whether the services that are delivered to the citizens are delivered without too much burden, both for the public administration but also for the citizens. And then the other pillar, the third pillar, is the National Framework for Simplification of Procedures, which aim is to analyze the existing services as they have been recorded in the National Registry, and try to find points for simplification. Once again, here you can see that the National Registry of Services feeds with data both the other pillars, both the two other pillars of this framework. In addition to this, in addition to providing data to these two main activities, the National Registry of Services provides data to other portals and to other services that information systems in general that are there for serving either Greek citizens or European citizens. For example, it provides data to the EU-EGOV portal, service portal, which is there for servicing mainly European citizens or citizens that are not Greek in opening some business activities in Greece. And also the citizen service centers, which are currently the back office, let's say, the back-end office application is currently under development from our directorate, aims to provide the employees of the citizen service centers with more information about the execution, concerning the execution of the services, concerning the steps, the requirements, and so on. So all this information is critical for these three systems, and also for GovGR, which is, let's say, the main portal for the digital services here in Greece. And also, it is important and it is necessary for the other two pillars. So the role of Diablos is critical and important for the whole ecosystem of services. So Diablos is, as I explained, a big project that we try to develop in a quickly, let's say, in an agile manner, in order to start having a core set of services available for the citizens and for the public servants, and then continue to build on top of it. Its main aim, let's say, would be to be the single point of truth, the single reference point for all the physical and digital administrative procedures, not only the digital that are already in GovGR, but also the physical administrative procedures, and not only the services that are addressed to the citizens and the businesses, but also to the internal procedures that are addressed to the public administration bodies themselves. The main objectives are to record the data about services, to also allow the update of this information when the law changes and new information about an existing service has to be applied, and also to provide data to all the other pillars, the simplification and the services, the information to other services that want to execute the procedures that are in Diablos. So as I told you before, apart from the services, as we call them, the external services that are addressed to businesses and to citizens, Diablos also has a number of internal procedures which are performed in the context of the internal operation of the administrative bodies, in order to let them organize their daily job, let's say, inside the public administration body. And then it also has reciprocal, as we call them, procedures that these are actually government to government, let's say, services that are needed in order to be able to complete, let's say, an external service, to deliver an external service to the citizen. In some cases, in some external services, more than one public administrative bodies have to be collaborated in order to deliver the final product. So the reciprocal procedures take place in that case. We use the term services for all these three types, but we could also use the term procedures or processes. We have seen all the three types. So we use the term service. As I told you before, the requirement from Diablos is to become the single point of truth. This is a very important requirement, because all the information that is, let's say, generated, is recorded somewhere about a procedure or a process or a service, has to be recorded in Diablos and served through Diablos. The other requirement is to be compliant to standards, and for this reason, we choose to adopt the core vocabulary for public services, the CPSV AP vocabulary, which has been provided by ISA Square, by the European Union. And also we have provided support for the vocabulary for public organizations. The third requirement is to be able to visualize information. Instead of simple text, it was necessary to provide a visual, let's say, representation of its process, of its procedure, of its service, and how it is implemented inside the organization. Not only the interface of the service with the citizens. CPSV, for example, does not offer this information, does not cover this information, so it has to be extended with more fields that relate to the internal steps of its procedure. So in that case, we used BPMN in order to depict the steps, the internal steps, and we extended, let's say, the information of CPSV to also include this information. The fourth requirement is to be open and interoperable. This means that it has to provide data and metadata to other services. And this is mainly handled as a technical, let's say, a task. We try to develop an API, a programmable API, in order for other services to be able to use it. And so far we have used this API in the services that we already develop as part of our work on the ecosystem that I presented you earlier. And the fifth requirement, and most important, is the rapid population of this registry. There was a need to quickly gather a large amount of services in the registry. And for this purpose, we use the crowdsourcing approach that engages a lot of public servants. But also it is moderated by additional people, additional public servants who are responsible of checking the content and approving, let's say, the service before it gets published. And in order to achieve, let's say, this goal, to achieve this requirement, to fulfill this requirement, we started with a minimum viable product, a minimum version of the registry, and the application behind it, that allowed the editors of the services to record this information as fast as possible. So we're actually now one year and less than 1.5 years since we began this project, and we have more or less 1,000 services that are fully recorded and registered and are published through the ABLOS. In order to work, let's say, towards these objectives and these requirements, we used as our main platform the MediaWiki open source software, which is the same software used by Wikipedia. It is written in PHP, so any extensions, any add-ons, and so on had to be in PHP. The main issue with Wikipedia is that the editors of new content, the creators of new content, have to be aware of the formatting language, let's say, that Wikipedia uses, as you can see on the left side of my slide. And on the other side, in order to support the editors of the services, we created these forms, these multiple forms, using a specific extension of MediaWiki. And also, during this process of collecting, let's say, metadata about the services, it was necessary for us to run several checks about information that was incomplete or information that could be used in multiple ways. And for that purpose, we used the semantic MediaWiki extension, which allows to make semantic queries on top of the information that we have available. And this allowed us, for example, to create more registry or type of registries, vocabularies, let's say, from the data that we already have in the various fields of the registry of services. For example, to have a registry of registries or a brief registry of public organizations and so on. Brief in terms of metadata, I mean. So the result is something like this that you can see here, a quick preview of the main information about the service, the cost, the delivery points, the body that is responsible for this service. And then we have a lot more data about the service, about the cost, about the output of the service, and so on, about the steps and so on. These are all the entities that we have in the registry for each service according to CPSV vocabulary. So as you can see in bold font, I have marked the information that has been already employed by our team in other, let's say, projects or information systems. For example, we have the evidences that the citizens is necessary to bring for completing the process, the conditions that must be fulfilled, and we use this information, for example, in order to automatically generate application forms where the citizen can fill in the forms and also upload the necessary evidences. So this is critical information that we need to have for each service. We also have information about the public bodies and the roles they play. We have the final product of each service, the registries that must be updated. We also have estimated processing times and costs, fees that must be paid for the service. And of course, we have the individual steps for the implementation of the service, and also we have branches and sub-branches where necessary in order to depict, let's say, the flow of the service, of the process behind the service in a visual format. This is the information that CPSV contains. I will not go into more details. As you can see, there are many entities. Public service in the center and public organization are the two core entities. And this is the information that Diablo's API serves to other applications. As you can see, we have information about the process evidences, about the conditions, about the steps. And using this information, the information that is generated, let's say, is exported through the API, we are able to create simple and static BPMN diagrams automatically without needing to draw anything. This is, for the moment, used only as a visualization tool for the editors that record all the steps, but also for the citizens. It will be useful for the citizens in order to have a broader view of its service and how it is executed. And based on this, we can also have executable BPMNs, more detailed BPMNs with more components, with more executable tasks and so on, with more information that is needed in order to execute them. I will go into more details in a few slides. So this is what we have on the left, what is available for the editors of its service. They have to record all this information for one step, which is the title of the step, who is responsible for this step, who is co-responsible for this step, the minimum and maximum expected, let's say, execution time, and that's it. This is the information that we have. And also, if it is a branch step or not, this is the checkbox here. So the final result that is automatically generated by these steps looks like this one. Okay, we have branches, we can have also sub-branches, we have intermediate, exit conditions, exit events, when, for example, a lot of time has passed and the citizen has not been able to provide all the evidences and so on, or normal ends. Okay, as you can see, the expressiveness of the BPMN notation in this diagram is not complete. A lot more of information could be added here, but it's actually indicative. For example, we can see that this task is a manual task. This task is served by a web service or an information system, online information system, and so on. So we have a lot of information that can be useful for the citizens and the servants. So after this brief introduction to the National Registry of Services, I will try to share now our let's say views of how this information could be exploited in terms of Diablos and also in terms of all the other information systems around Diablos. So starting with BPMN, which is, let's say, the main modeling notation for the business processes. Some of you may know that it's a very comprehensive notation with a lot of events, a lot of tasks, a lot of activities, a lot of gateways and branching gateways, a lot of visual cues, let's say visual components, but also actionable components that can be employed in order to describe the process in very much detail. So you will probably also know that there are tools that an expert user can use in order to draw these diagrams, these workflows. And also there are tools that can execute these workflows or can simulate these workflows with additional, after providing additional information about additional data about branches and conditions and so on, and get an estimation, for example, of the bottlenecks or the time needed to complete the process and so on. So this is, let's say, the full power of BPMN, which is not currently, let's say, available for Diablos, but this is also one of the things that we have to tackle, and also this is also an opportunity for us to take advantage of. So one of the main, let's say, risks or difficulties in our project is that the public servants are not expert editors in editing BPMN diagrams. So we, for the moment at least for the moment, we are obliged to use the forms and let them complete the forms in order to describe the workflow. Of course, there is this gap between the simple BPMN notation that we employ and the complicated executable BPMN workflows that we can produce using all the expressive notation of BPMN. And finally, another risk is the lack of formalized vocabulary for describing these internal steps. So each internal step now is just a free text description of the step or a title given by an editor for this step. But this information is the start, let's say, for the next step that can be an opportunity given the information that we have in Diablos. First of all, the things that we have noticed so far is that the editors are now getting accustomed to this workflow notation. So they can understand the branches, they can understand the tasks, they can understand the end, events, and so on. So gradually they are getting aware, let's say, and they're getting accustomed to this BPMN notation. And they will soon be ready to also probably move to a visual tool. Then we are able to detect several patterns that are repeated through these services. There are several activities that are repeated across all services or many services of Diablos. For example, the submission of the evidence is a main step that appears in most of the services. And detecting these patterns, detecting these repetitive patterns, it would be useful for us in order to automate the process, in order to build tools that will automate the process. Finally, we have a lot of information additionally to the steps that I show you about the responsibility, the communications between systems, the evidences, the conditions behind its evidence, and so on. This information is not completely connected at the moment. It's simply recorded in different parts of the form, but gradually can be connected either automatically or let's say by relying again to the editors, and give us more information, more connected information that we can use to enrich the workflow. Finally, we have a lot of data and metadata that can help us to measure the complexity of service, to find services that need a lot of evidences or services that have a few conditions that require the same, a lot of evidence to verify a single condition, for example, and so on. So we can find these inconsistencies given the information that we already have. And, for example, to validate the need of an evidence, of each evidence, and probably reduce the number of evidence required for each process. So this is the next step that we are designing here, and this is, let's say, a rather full slide here, but I would like to take your attention to the middle layer there, which has the workflow. And this workflow can be, and we are actually working on that, can be an executable workflow. Each task can be an interface to an information system, can be a form that the user has to fill in data, an action, an email message, for example, that has to be sent from someone to someone else, and so on. So based on the workflows that we can have or we can create based on the information that we already have in Diablos, it would be possible to automate, let's say, the execution of these services without replacing the existing system, but by orchestrating the existing systems. As you can see on the top, we have several web services. We have building components such as the vaults, the citizen vaults, and the authentication mechanisms that are already exist in GovGR. We have legacy information systems, and all these systems actually can be transformed, can be gradually transformed to actionable components, to executable components of a workflow. So the analysis of the data that we have and the workflows that we'll have will allow us to build a library, a toolkit, let's say, with these components, with these main components that will allow to synthesize, to orchestrate and synthesize a service. We also have an infrastructure for collecting, let's say, information, messages, exchanges between systems, and also providing analytics, but this is going further away from the workflows. So using the information that we have in Diablos, we are trying to change the services landscape for the citizens, the middle layer that you saw in the very first slide. So for example, now we are able to automatically generate forms, application forms for the EU citizens that want to consume specific services in Diablos, and also to allow them to upload the evidences there and take the whole bunch of the application and the evidences and forward it to a citizen service center in order to start the process for them. In addition, we can have executable BPMN as the ones that I showed you in the previous slide, in order to allow the citizen service centers to monitor the execution of each specific application for a service. And our final objective, which is for the moment, let's say, a bit further from the other two, is to stop asking citizens to carry the evidence from one point to the other. It's to check the necessity for all the evidence, to see whether the evidence are needed to validate something, to check a condition or not, to minimize, let's say, the necessary evidences, and then to get rid of the evidence by replacing them by access to specific, to existing systems or web services that can provide us the conditions that we want to check. Thus, this will allow us to also implement the once-only principle. That is also one of the objectives, let's say, of the digital strategies for national governance. Finally, we will be able to change the services landscape for the public administration by providing side information about process measurement, about process monitoring, the execution of processes, and so on, the costs, the time needed for executing a service to the observatory from one side, and also to provide simpler or more complex BPMN diagrams to the national framework for simplification, for service simplification, where they can re-engineer the services and the flows and the workflows and provide something that is for the better or for the benefit of citizens. So with this, I would like to thank you, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Professor Varlamis, for the good presentation and comprehensive presentation. Before going to the audience, I would like to ask you, based that we were discussing before for quick wins for GovGR, which was something that implemented fairly quickly. How quick can we expect results from Diablos? Because it looks a complicated registry project. And maybe you can tell us which is the stage of the project now? What part of that is in production now and in real use?
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you for this question. So far, we were able to launch, let's say, the MVP within the first 6 months. So after 6 months, the editors were ready and able to start populating the registry. The subsequent, let's say, 9 months, the editors managed to register approximately 900 services to the registry, which are let's say public, which are approved and can be publicly accessible, and also they have already recorded around 4,000 let's say service names or service titles. Approximately 500 of them are already in production stage. So in total, in a couple of months, we will be able to have more than 1,000 services that are fully recorded and available to the citizens. I say that will be available for the citizens because for the moment, the National Registry of Services is available for the public servants and the editors, the editors that have access through their accounts to the platform. But this is in discussion now with the ministry. In a couple of months, it will be open to the public with 1,000 services, more or less. In order for this to, let's say, for this plan to succeed, we had to build a hierarchical, let's say, structure with editors, their supervisors, and then some administratives that give the final authorization for a service to be made public. So this is something that also worked well so far.
Thank you. And let's go to the audience. Any questions, please? Yes, here.
Hello, Professor Varlamis. Thank you for your presentation, and you know me well now, so I'm not going to introduce myself. I'm going to go to the start of your presentation. I did not really grasp where the MediaWiki semantic, let's say, language, is used. Is it like a way to upload new forms, or let's say forms in general, instead of administrator UI, let's say, with forms and boxes? Or is it something else? I really did not grasp that part. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Let me clarify this. So, semantic page forms are the extension that is used for the forms. So that's it. Semantic Media Wiki is actually a query engine that allows you to make semantic queries on the data that you have, and based on the results that these semantic queries bring back to you, you can create new content in the registry. For example, we have a list of all the organizations that operate now these services. This information about the organization also contains a list, for each organization contains a list of the services that they offer, which is something that is simple in the first thought, but has to be created somehow. So we have to query using Semantic Media Wiki and generate this information, which is then presentable through MediaWiki as a page. Okay, so this is the idea. Using semantic queries, you can create more information that combines information from different parts of the registry. This is the idea. We also have a registry of registries, and we know for each registry who is the organization that is responsible for maintaining it, for updating it, and so on. This information has never been recorded before about the registries, for example. It's the first time. And it's a side project, let's say inside the Diablos. Okay,
thank you. Morten, yes.
Okay, so I'm putting my old Danish civil servant hat on now, and the Danish Citizen Portal's service hat in particular. So I'm particularly interested to hear about your content. So first, a question for clarification. Are you covering only central government services, or also regional and local services? So just central government?
Oh, no, I will answer you. This is the
That's
question?
first for clarification,
Yeah, okay.
because it will guide my question
Okay,
next.
I will clarify and then we'll go to the question. Okay, so where for the moment we have only central government inside the registry. The design, of course, can support, and also our plan is to include the services of public administration and the local government, let's say, the local government services. To tell you the truth, the ministry for the moment wants to have let's say, a concrete implementation of the service from top to bottom, but our design also supports the idea to clone, let's say, a central service and expand it with some additional information. This is the design that we already have. So I think that after the launch, in a couple of months, in 2 months maybe, after the public launch of the registry, we will be able to start with the local administration. We are already working on that, actually.
Okay, perfect. Because my question is actually around how you manage the editorial part. So the team of editors is with the portal and the back-end system, and it's all centralized with your agency, as I understood, and they do all the editorial work on behalf of the responsible line ministries. Now, how do you see that in the future when you suddenly have a multiplier of municipalities that may have the same service from the same vendor or variations of those? So you end up with this multiplier effect, that change of address times multiple municipalities, which all have slightly different functionality, which may have local specificities around where's the call center number, opening hours, you know, even for things like marriage. Can I get married on the beach? Yeah, you can on certain islands, but not on others. Can I do it jumping out of a plane? Yeah. Only in Athens, but not here. How do you see that working, and is your portal flexible enough? Yeah. Because this was one of the challenges that the Danish portal was battling with, but also in terms of decentralizing and giving line ministries editorial rights to tailor their content, updating their content, but only once they'd been trained by the portal team to follow the guidelines. So how do you see that in the future? Is that an option, or is it going to be more centrally controlled?
Yeah. So the initial design, okay, thank you for this question. I would like also to know more about how the Danish, let's say, government did that. This is good to have this information. So the initial design was to develop, let's say, a tool for the local government to pick, let's say, the central services and create a catalog, and that's it. To create a catalog of services, but not to modify, or probably to expand with additional fields. And this is feasible since the information that we have, in MediaWiki, can be easily exported, for example, through the API in JSON files. So we can have additional expansion JSON files that goes to a specific municipality or whatever. So this is something that can be done from a technical point of view by, let's say, separating the core information with several fields that can be modified or even expanded by the local administration. So this is the plan so far. But this is something that we are still working on. So maybe we will change plans if something is not going wrong, well. So. This is the agile thing that we learn in practice. Let's say now we learn it in daily life. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. That was very interesting. I have a comment and the question. The first, the comment is, you know, in this process that you are doing now, you need, as you suggested, controlled vocabularies. So all ministries, all evidences, which is very important to have all evidences like coded and standardized. So I was wondering whether what kind of control vocabularies, if these are available, because I think if these will be available, then other authorities will be also, but also not only public authorities, but also the private sector having like all these control vocabularies will be able to work with. So standardized even the name of processes, the names of ministries. So that's one. And the second is because there have been some similar attempts in the past, and in my understanding, they sometimes fail because of problems with quality of content, and also problems with updating content, because legislation changes and therefore you have an outdated information which is no. So I was wondering what is your mechanism? You know, who are these editors, and are they within the? It's a team, a special team, or they are within the ministry, or they are public servants, and how this will, like then after it is launched, how it will be maintained to assure that it is the quality of content is there.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. These are two very interesting questions, and allow me to provide more information about that. During the population, let's say, of the registry, but also during the subsequent period, we have selected the editors, of course, from the different ministries, and we have trained them. So there was a training phase that assisted them to get, let's say, to understand how the platform works, how the process should be recorded, and so on. So this is one thing that allowed us to have, let's say, a common mentality between among all editors on how to record the information. Concerning the quality, let's say the improvement of the quality, because this is also something that has to be monitored at all times. We're currently working with the ministry in order to create a horizontal, let's say, group of people that will be responsible for monitoring the quality, both through technical, let's say, solutions that will check the data with using, let's say, automations and so on for inconsistencies, but also by checking the services one by one, in order to improve, let's say, the quality of the information that is already registered in Diablos. So we have a community of practice, let's say, because this is actually a community of practice of the editors, which have been trained and also have an active forum where they can ask for assistance. They get assistance from other editors and from other members of the community. And then we have the quality control, let's say, committee, which is not yet active. It has to be, let's say, defined and made active. And this is so far the plan for checking the quality control. And also, okay, the second question is about the updates. Concerning the updates, there are two things that we have to take care of. One is and also concerning the population. One is the technical aspect or the managerial aspect, and the other one is, let's say, the organizational aspect. So we had the chance that the ministry supported all this action and gave strict deadlines and guidelines also on what information should be recorded to the registry and so on. And also created strict deadlines. It's not so strict, but okay, these are the clear deadlines on how much time should pass after the issuing a law, for example, and updating the process that is affected by this law. So this is, let's say, the responsibility of the editor to update the information in the service that he has or she has registered in a short period after the law is being published. In the same time, we are working on another project that has to do with legislative transformation, with the creation of new laws. There is an information system that we develop, and the plan there, the design there, is to also have an option for the editor of this legislative transformation document, let's say, to mark the processes or the services that are affected through the new law, with this new law. So this will be an early notification to the editors to be ready to update the content of their service. So they can start working on the update, and when the law is made public or is made active, they can, as soon as possible, update the service information. So these are the two or three activities that we have done so far in order to guarantee the quality, the population, let's say the quantity of services, and also the update. I don't know if I answered everything, sorry. Okay, concerning the vocabularies, this was the first question and I forgot, Concerning control vocabularies, from the beginning we didn't have so many control vocabularies, we had only CPOV and CPSV, but these are not vocabularies actually, these are vocabularies for the entities and so on. Throughout this process of recording the services, we are trying to control things, to have more drop-down lists instead of free text, and also during the reuse of this information through the API, for example, in other applications, in the EU-GO application, we noticed that the quality that we have is not sufficient to support EU-GO, so we have to go back and correct information. Either automatically, because we have a lot of bots that can be scripted in MediaWiki and run and update things automatically, but also by relying on the editors. So this is a difficult project, I could say, on that part, on improving the quality and also improving the reusability, let's say, of content. But this is something alive, something that still goes on. Thank you. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. Any other question? Yes, please.
Yes. Hello, Professor. Thank you very much for the insight into the projects you are working on. So I am fully aware that this is only the beginning, but I cannot help to wonder about the future steps. For example, is it part of your next plans to create this system interoperable cross-border and perhaps connected with a base of registries at the pan-European level? And if so, a follow-up question, are these specifications already in place? And if not, what would be the impact? How do you foresee such a pan-European synergies?
Yeah. So far, I'm not sure if this will answer your question, but so far, for example, your Euro portal and the single digital gateway, the SDG portal, has some requirements that have to be fulfilled in order to feed your service descriptions to their portal. And we have already covered, let's say, 5 out of 7 of them. So we are close on finalizing it. And having their crawler visit the services and collect all this information. So we are almost ready on that. I think that this is what you asked, more or less. Yeah.
Thank you. Other questions?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I have a question. I was wondering, how are you planning to transform all the information we have in paper? Because, Greece is very behind on that. How are you gonna transform the information from paper to the digitalized version? Is the public service going to do it? Do we, the citizens, have to do it? What's going to be it?
From paper, you said, eh?
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So the idea, if this, let's say, answers somehow the question, the idea is trying to get rid of let's say, paper printed evidences that the citizens has to carry from one system to the other. We already have several systems in Greece that offer information through the different registries, and you can access them programmatically. So the idea is that since we have the information in Diablos, we will be able to check what are the main requirements that are asked frequently from citizens, what are the evidences that prove these requirements, and if it is possible to get this information directly from a system. So in that case, we will solve this problem that you say. We will be paperless on this direction, and we'll get rid of a lot of evidence, of printed evidences. This is the idea.
Okay. Yes, please. One more, last one.
Thank you for your presentation, first of all. I had a question about the horizontal line you were talking about earlier, regarding the updates of the information. Do you have any plans about the feedback from the public? Because when you need to update something, you need different sources, and I was wondering what are the sources going to be for that? How is the horizontal line gonna update this information and gather it?
Yeah, okay. One of the requirements that I mentioned earlier from HDD portal is to have a user feedback and also to collect user feedback. So for the moment, this is something that we have to technically solve, but okay, we have this form, the SDG form, which is the European, let's say pan-European form for collecting complaints or requests about services. And we also have designed some feedback forms for each service, where the people can, where the citizens or the servants themselves can say that this service is not recorded well, or the law has changed, or something has changed there and has to be updated. So this is something that we have done, and it will be available as soon as the registry will be open to the public.
Okay, we exceeded the time, but Professor Varlamis, as you see, Diablos looks very interesting to the audience.
It looks very, very interesting to me too. That's why I am enjoying working on that. So, yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We are moving now to the closing session of the conference.
Okay, everybody ready? Yeah. So my name is Morten. You might have heard me ask questions through the last few days. I would, on behalf of this year's 3 PC chairs, like to thank and send our gratitude to the local organizational chair, Yanis, from the University of Aegean. I think you all have heard him as well. But also the teams at the University of Aegean and Harakobia, and at UNU-EGOV, who has managed to get everything up and running despite last-minute changes to COVID restrictions in Greece and trying to make a hybrid conference. On behalf of the PC chairs, I would also like to thank my co-chairs, which are obviously this year's Maria Ana Macoda from the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. She was very sad that travel restrictions prevented her from coming, but I know for a fact that she's been following things online, unless it was too early because of the time zone, but also Professor Euripides Loukakis at the University of Aegean, who unfortunately couldn't be with us for the last few days. We would also, as PC chairs, like to thank this year's patron, the Greek Ministry of Digital Transformation, and our many partners and sponsors, the keynote speakers, the roundtable organizers, but also the many panelists for their insightful and valuable contributions around the various topics that surround the digital transformation of the public sector and society at large. Also, a great thanks, again, on behalf of the PC chairs of this year, to all the track chairs, the peer reviewers, the authors and the participants, without which this ICEGOV event or the ICEGOV series would not be a success. And this includes both those of you who are here physically and have made the journey, and at least also, and not least, also those who are joining us online. So, closing ceremony. One of the elements is best paper. And unfortunately, our awards committee couldn't be here because they're based in places like Tunisia and Indonesia. And I've been asked on their behalf to present a number of the nominations and also the winners. Just a little bit of household for all of you here and those who are watching online. All winners will be informed by email as well. So if no one is present, everybody will also get an email. So first about the awards. The goal of the ICEGOV Best Papers Award is obviously to acknowledge excellence in research of the paper and the author team behind it. The awards committee is responsible for the analysis, so this is based on the peer review, the blind peer review, their recommendation, and the awards committee will assess that, do an evaluation, select the nominations, and also the winners. They do so according to a fixed set of criteria, and it's all available on icegov.org, so have a look, full transparency. And we have 4 categories following the call for papers. This including best research paper, best ongoing research paper, best short paper, and best poster. The awards committee obviously needs to be mentioned and thanked, and Sumaya Bendao is the chair of this year. Ibrahim Roman in Indonesia is a statistician and economist, so a little bit different than Sumaya, who's a process and digital specialist. Moore Manda, who actually also virtually presented a paper, is a South African civil servant. And Sale Malaise, who is a professor at the University of Montreal, if I remember correctly. Sale is, like me, working in one country, although he is originally from Tunisia. Best posters, so some statistics. We had 12 submissions this year. 4 were shortlisted by the reviewers, the peer reviewers, and 3 was nominated. The nominations are the Uber for Public School Buses and Limits to Sharing by Ann Jarson and Karen Skill, the Application of Data for Social Networks for Value-Based Management of Cities Development Programs by Boris Nizomudinov, Anna Borisovna Uglava, and Dmitry Kazan, development of a method for assessing the accessibility of the urban environment for low mobility groups of the population based on Google Maps review. And here we have repeat authors from the other nomination. So this is very interesting. But the winner is the development of methods for assessing accessibility for the urban environment of low mobility groups of the population based on Google Maps reviews by Boris by Boris and Vladimir at ITMO University in St. Petersburg. I do have an argument and a justification from the jury, and they highlighted particularly the original approach for assessing the availability of urban transport options, particularly for low mobility groups. So we mean here people with disabilities and seniors. They also had an interesting set of data based from social networks. The methodology and analysis process was well analyzed, and the committee valued particularly the novel and originality approach to both the research and the potential of this approach in larger research assessments, both to develop better urban transport, but also for research and policy making in the future. So a great thank you to Boris and Vladimir for their contribution. I believe there is a representative from ITMO here. So stand up. And don't hesitate to ask questions after the closing ceremony, because it is a very interesting paper.
Hello. Thank you for this grade, and it's very important for my team in university. And thank you for organizers of conference to opportunity to visit this conference. It's very important event for me.
Excellent. I'm coming down with the certificates now. I just need my mask on. Sorry, this is a lot smoother when you don't have to wear a mask and social distance. There you go. Okay, the next category is Best Short Paper. We had 30 submissions, 6 were shortlisted by the peer reviewers, and 3 were nominated. The nominations are Improving Cape Verde's Digital Governance Strategy Formulations and Processes by Wagner Duro, Mario Cardozo, and Jaume Cruz. The second nomination is Using Linked Open Data for Automating Digital Public Administration Reporting by Anastasia Sofu, Miguel Alvarez Rodriguez. The third and final nomination is the analysis of the usage of the core public service vocabulary application profile by Miguel Alvarez Rodriguez, Michelle De Kaiser, Florian Bartolome, and Adrian Beauface. Sorry, again, my pronunciation is bad. And the winner is Improving Cape Verde's Digital Governance Strategy Formulation Process. I do believe that there is a representative of the paper here. So if there's a few notes, the microphone will come up and we have some certificates for you. Oh, the justification, I almost forgot. So, yes. The jury's justification is based on the article's way of addressing digital challenges in emerging economies and developing countries, which is a core element of the IGOV conference. So it proposes an in-depth case study for the formulation of the process behind Cape Verde's digital transformation strategy and relevant and interesting lessons for other countries with similar characteristics and a set of recommendations for how to initiate this process. Besides this, the Awards Committee recognized the global quality of the paper and its research methodology, and the committee values the novelty of this short paper and the possibilities it offers for other countries and institutions embarking on their digital journey.
Thank you. I would like to say a few words. It has been an amazing experience being here in IGOV. The experience I learned from all of you guys, all the presentation, the roundtables, all the keynote speeches are definitely experience that I will take to my country and take some learning and share with all my colleagues and all the people that work with me at the public administration, and to implement and improve, keep improving our EGOV development in Cape Verde. And also I would like to say a big thanks and send a big hug for Wagner and João. They are assisting online. A big hug for you guys.
Now, the third of the four categories is ongoing research papers. We had 41 submissions this year, 5 of which were shortlisted by the reviewers and 3 were nominated. The nominations are Technology-Mediated Citizens Co-Production of Disaster Management, the case of highlighted highly urbanized cities by Vincente Putogo and Francesc Magno, a machine learning approach for medical device classifications by Aaron Sears and Jerome Bergman. And the third nomination is Passport, a chatbot for providing information on getting a Greek passport by Pantelemon Antoniadias and Themistobores. So the excitement is not about my bad pronunciation, which I apologize for, but rather the winner. And the winner is a machine learning approach for medical device classification. Unfortunately, Aaron and Jerome can't be with us, so they will be notified by email, but I want to read out the jury's justification of the paper, which propose an assessment tool for medical devices. The research is original and presents a robust methodology. It is well argued and supported by data and a strong analysis. The results and the findings has a concrete contribution to the topic and the discussion of digital government and public healthcare policies and regulation. It has a promising perspective and particularly in consideration that it opens new avenues for research in this field. So again, a good congratulations to Aaron and Jerome at Oxford University, here from Athens. Now, the final category is Best Research Paper. This is the long paper category. We had 85 submissions, so also the most popular. 12 papers were nominated by the reviewers, and only 3 could unfortunately be nominated. The nominations are Unpacking Digital Accountability, Ensuring Efficient and Answerable E-Governance Service Delivery by Swapnil Sharma, Akpan Kar, Mohan Gupta. Second nomination is Bringing Innovation Towards Efficient Policymaking in ICT-Enabled Service Provision for Senior Citizens by Marilee Lituvisius, Teona Gelesvili, and Ingrid Pappel. And the third nomination is A Case of the Governance of Digital Technology in Tax Administration, a Dynamic Capability Perspective by Fatmea Abdil Seletti, Grace Welsh, Boyega Ojo, and Emma Mulligan. And the winner is Unpacking Digital Accountability by Sharma, Kar, and Gupta from the Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi in India. Unfortunately, none of them can be here, but I think we should give them an applause for their contribution. The jury's justification for selecting this paper as the winner is the assessment. Oh, sorry. Hold on. The important contribution it makes in improving the transformative effects of the digital governance ecosystem by proposing digital accountability into this process. The paper adopts an original and multi-method approach for addressing and analyzing this particular topic. It is a relevant issue addressed, and the committee particularly highlights the originality and the novelty of the research. The committee again values the balanced characteristics of the article, not least its methodology, in its concerns and its relation to the quality of the arguments within this field. and also its potential applicability across the e-governance and service delivery area, that is accountability. So a round of applause to the three authors. Now we're running a little bit behind schedule, so I'm going to speed up with some statistics of this year's edition. And the closing ceremony, again, are represented on behalf of the chairs. So a thank you to Euripides and Anna Maria, who are watching online from us, for the opportunity to contribute this year. And some of the data is quite interesting, not least that we had 168 papers submitted. This is more or less the norm from the pre-pandemic, so we follow within that track. We had 85 research papers, so 50%, 25% was ongoing research, 18% was short papers, and 7% was posters. In total, 382 authors were involved in the production and in the analysis of these submissions. When we break it down, 79% are from academia, 7% from government, 5% of the authors are from industry, similar 5% from international organizations, and 2% from non-governmental organizations. 2% of the authors did not give a clear indication of their affiliation, but they are likely to fall into one or more of the other categories. The authors came from 51 different countries, of which 63% or 240 authors are from developed countries. The remaining 37 or 142 authors from developing or emerging economies. Again, this highlights the uniqueness of EGOV through the years of bridging not only theory and practice, but also bringing developed and emerging economies together in research on topics of common interest and impact. We also do some geography each year, and the top 5 countries in terms of author representation is 44 of these authors are from India, 42 from our host country, Greece, 34 from Portugal. Some of them are obviously not Portuguese, like myself. I fall into this category. 32 from Brazil, and 17 from Estonia. We also have a special thank to the peer reviewers, or the PC members. We had 162 members of the PC committee this year, all volunteers that have all peer reviewed all these submissions. They represent 42 different countries, and they provided us with about 400 plus individual opinions and comments and suggestions to the authors. So thank you very much for all the work that they've done in their spare time in order to make the peer review process rigorous and also to ensure that feedback was given. The PC members also have a geographical balance. Usually UNU-EGOV helps balance out if there's a peer review missing, so that explains why so many are from Portugal. Brazil, 20. Our co-hosts also provided a lot of additional peer reviews this year, so 16 from Greece. Indian academics and representatives and members of the PC committee, but also Russia has made large contributions with 9 PC members this year. Remember, this is all voluntary, and we welcome any of you to join us next year when we have an open call for new peer reviewers. Accepted papers. So remember, there was 160 plus, 90 was accepted. That gives us 48 was research papers, so just over half. Around 20% was ongoing research papers, 17% was short papers, and 9% were posters. That gives us an acceptance rate of 39%, which is slightly below our conference series average of 41. But it's quite an interesting acceptance rate. So we're very happy to have all the interest, but we're a little bit sad that there's not room for everybody in a 3-day program. But that gives us the acceptance rate. Now, participation, we have had 193 people register and pay a participation fee, 90 of which were registered to be physically in Athens. So 46 managed to register and come here at one stage during the conference, despite the travel restrictions and the pandemic. So a great thank you for to everybody online, but also you who made it here physically, from all of us who have been involved in the conference. Round of applause, perhaps? Excellent. The participations represent 41 different countries, of which 27% are from developed and 14% from developing countries. This also reflects the location of this year's conference. Our observations are the host country and the host region tend to represent a majority, and we see this balance shifting. For instance, when we've had the 2017 edition in India, it was the other way around. So again, it highlights the importance of hosting IceGov in different countries and in different regions on a continuous basis, but also to come back to regions to help develop the community and share the experience. Our participant comes from mainly from academia, but the uniqueness of IceGov is the regular participation of government and international organizations, industry and NGOs. So we're happy to also have, once again, this reflected in the participation numbers, with roughly 30% being non-academic. Again, helping us to bridge academia and practice and helping them to share and learn from each other, even if it is only online. Again, participations, the host country Greece, obviously location, location, location. So ease of access, less travel restrictions, more accessible. So 48 of us this year are from Greece, 19 from Portugal, 12 Brazilians managed to register. I'm happy to say a lot of them were actually here physically, even if they're studying in Europe. It's great to have the global presence here, also among students and academics in Europe. 11 from India, 7 from Belgium, including some of our friends from the European institutions, which we met in some of the presentations earlier today. Again, the gender balance, we are a UN agency. This year, 60% of participants are male, 40% female, so we have a little bit of room for improvement in academia to get that gender balance right, but still good. We awarded 22 scholarships this year, and that's basically free registration and a cash grant to help particularly students and young professionals and young researchers to come to IceGov physically, and we give priority particularly to emerging economies, but also aim for a geographical and gender balance in that regard. 9 nationalities were amongst them, 17 from developed countries, partly because of the location, but also due to the pandemic this year. 14 were male, 18 were female. It's based on a set of fixed criterias. 15 are students, 7 are young professionals. So again, a mix of academics, both working or studying. Now, that's all from me. So thank you once again for your patience, not least with my pronunciation of all your surnames and your paper titles. I'd like to hand over to Delfina Suarez, head of UNU-EGOV and the conference series organizer.
Hello, good afternoon, dear colleagues in this room and all those remotely following this event. It is farewell time, unfortunately. But we can close this session without saying from my side some words. And some words, as you will see, that are of thanking. Okay? But I'd like to start by saying that I am happy. And the previous, my colleague Morten also used the word happy while he was on the floor. Deeply happy, honestly, with what we achieved over these years, despite all the adversities caused by the pandemic, or still caused by the pandemic. Despite of that, we had the courage to come, to meet here, and at the same time to have colleagues at distance also following what is happening. But I'm not just happy, I'm also very pleased and honored being here, addressing all of you at the end of this conference edition. And this time I'm doing this, as Morten said, as the EGOV series coordinator. So, and I'm also pleased and honored because once again, and as usual over all these years, we have gathered over the last 4 days a notable community of EGOV researchers, practitioners, and government representatives that every day, and all of you can confirm what I'm going to say, and through your work, contribute to the advancement of the EGOV field. A community that along the 14 editions has done a lot for this conference and a lot to promote and develop this relevant area of research and development. Many, many thanks to all of you. And I need to thank particularly some persons and institutions that collaborated once again to the success of this conference. I'd like to particularly to voice or express my warm thanks to the conference chairs, prestigious ambassadors of this EGOV edition, the Secretary General of Information Systems of Public Sector of the Ministry of Digital Governance of Greece, as well as the Secretary of State of Justice of the Ministry of Justice of Portugal. Also, Marianne Macadar, Euripides Loukis, and my colleague Morten Meyerhoff Nielsen, the three PC chairs of this EGOV edition, for their extreme dedication and commitment with this role. Thank you so much. Morten, thank you so much. If you are, any of you listening to me, Marianne and Euripides. All the keynote speakers, chairs, moderators, and panelists that also participated in this conference, and of course, all the authors who have elected EGOV as a place to share their work, their knowledge, and their practices. Thank you so much. And last but not least, I could not forget to deeply thank the support of the local organizing team, coordinated by Yannis Karabavidis of the Aegean University and Eurocop University, that have done a great job. And it's the second time that Yannis is doing this great job. And allow me, despite of the time and my difficulty in pronouncing some of the names, allow me to mention concretely the names of these colleagues. Mary Vasileo, Stephanie Ioannou, Konstantinos Stavrianos, Konstantinos Gerokostas, Georgios Koronis, Christos Vampropoulos, Stefanos Togias, Apostolos Dimitriou, Artemis Stefanidou, Georgia Prepi, and the coordinator of all these colleagues, Anthony Kaparonakis. Thank you so much. You deserve. You were fantastic. But I'd like keep thanking as well, and you will understand my pause here now, this stop, that is to thank my team, the UNU-EGOV team, organizing team, a team that, and I always say this, year after year makes things happen, and not just happen, but happen very well and in a very professional and committed way. Thank you very much, all of you, and allow me again to say their names. Mário Peixoto, Mariana Lameiras, Zoran Janowski, Cristina Braga, José Faria, and the one that you all know in this room, Elizabeth Simões. Thank you so much to all of you. And of course, I couldn't forget Convin, the company that joined us in this second journey, this second time that they are supporting us. Thank you so much for your professionalism, particularly Alkis Paulirakis, Filipos Milonis, Georgia Menton, Aris Tsanavaris, Vicky Denaxa, Dimitris Tsimbides, and Stefanos Milosas. Thank you so much to all of you. A very, very special word of appreciation also and gratitude, I think I need to say that, is also due to the IGOV Steering Committee for the valuable and serious contributions that strongly contribute to the scientific quality of the IGOV conference. And I'd like in this moment particularly to salute two new members that we have in our steering committee, that is Barbara Ubaldi from the OECD and Miguel Perua from the IDB, the Inter-American Development Bank. They joined the steering committee this year, so my particular thanks to them for accepting the invitation to be part of this committee. Also, I would like to thank the United Nations University, of which we are part, as you know, represented in this IGOV edition by the Vice Rector, Xiaomeng Shen, for the unconditional support, institutional support to the IGOV series of conferences. And third, I would like to mention and to thank our sponsors and supporters for this year. But, dear colleagues, and after all this grateful, let me share with you that I am not just pleased and honored, as I said before, because we have a strong and committed IGOV community. I am also very pleased and honored because of what we have been doing over these years. Along the 14th editions, IGOV has promoted the interaction of and cooperation between universities, research centers, government, industries, and non-governmental organizations around the world. And when I say around the world, it is literally around the world. Since, as you know, IGOV has been organized in 12 different countries. China, Egypt, Colombia, Estonia, United States, Republic of Korea, Portugal, Uruguay, India, Ireland, Australia, and Greece, which are spread through the 5 different continents. Many relevant themes have been addressed and discussed over the IGOV editions, themes of a very diverse nature, what is something easily understandable and expected considering the multidisciplinarity of the EGOV area. But all of them around the use of digital technologies to transform government institutions and its relationship with citizens, business, and other non-state actors in order to improve public governance and its contribution to public policy and sustainable development. Since its first edition in 2007 in Macau, more than 2,500 papers have been submitted to ISCOV. More than 1,300 papers have been published by ISCOV, and more than 6,800 participants from more than 110 different countries have attended the conference. So I dare to say that the success of ISCOV is in fact undeniable, I think. And it is the duty of UNU-EGOV as a serious coordinator and organizer to keep and foster this success and the notability and excellence that ISCOV has conquered. And this is indeed what UNU-EGOV will keep doing. And we will keep doing that in a global and inclusive way, by keeping our doors open and even by stimulating the entrance of young researchers and colleagues from other complementary scientific areas, and by keeping moving the conference through different countries and continents. And as I talked about moving the conference, it seems that we reached the right moment to announce the country and the city that will host the next ISGov edition. So, I think most of you already know, but in any case, let me, dear colleagues and friends, it is my great pleasure to announce the location for the 15th edition of the International Conference on Theory and Practice of Electronic Governance, ISGov 2022. And just some clues, it is not a new place, and it is time to back home. So please, the video.
So let me contribute to the happiness of this closing session. I'm also very happy to be here on behalf of my colleague and friend, Professor Luisa Manuel from University of Minho. They will be one of the conference chairs, to invite you to come to Guimarães, to Portugal, to Guimarães. Guimarães is, you could see, a very beautiful city. Is a reputed city because that's the place where the nation, the Portuguese nation, was born in the 12th century. So it's a special city. University of Minho is a young university from the 12th century. So it's almost 50 years old, but okay, it's a new but vibrant university, one of the pioneer universities in the education in the area of information technology. And currently around 15% of its 20,000 students are enrolled in degree programs in areas related with informatics, information technology, information systems. The University of Minho is collaborating closely collaborating with UNU-EGOV, and this enabled the development of the area of EGOV involving academics from different areas, not just those related with information technology, but management, economics, public administration, social sciences, law, from many of the schools of the University of Minho. We will be glad to host again, so as Delphina said, the conference is going back home because home is where the place where UNU-EGOV is. We will be glad to host this new edition of the IceGov 22 and invite you all to come to Guimarães and to University of Minho next year. I hope that the sanitary conditions will be better. We all hope so, and we will be able of receiving you without masks. So hope to see you in 1 year. Thank you very much.
And so it seems that we reached the end, really reached the end. So thank you so much. See you next year in Guimarães. Bye-bye. Thank you.